Alright, let's climb out of ELO hell. Let's climb out of ELO hell. I don't want to come back. Let's climb out of ELO hell. I don't want to come back down.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Those who oppose me shall be left to drown in my wake.
Let's go, man. Let's go. Fuck shit up.
Am I gonna banish for
Yeet.
this match?
Nah, fuck on group. Nah, fuck on group. That'd be sick.
I hope we can leave Banner, then we could have a Hulk, Namor,
sick.
and Iron Man. Okay, well, we got a chance. Yeah, because there's a Lord Namor, Lord Iron Man. Oh, he said
Ban
fucking bet, and he
Spider-Man,
said
fuck.
ban Iron Man. What the fuck's wrong with you, man?
We could ban Spider-Man. Fuck.
This guy banned Hulk and fucking Iron Man. What a fucking fag. No, that guy, Anarchy.
You'll need a top-notch team to
Oh,
win this.
alright, we're good.
God of thunder
We are
and
good.
the mightiest avenger.
No, we're only three
They banned Namor.
tanks. What the fuck? No, that guy was a Lord Namor. What?
They
People
banned
showing
Namor.
off? Or?
I don't play support.
Oh,
so
they banned Namor. I just saw it.
I mean, I could run it. It's not going to be great.
I don't play support, so I mean I could run
this
it.
guy's-
It's not going to be
This guy's
great.
human.
I'll run
He's
Mantis,
Human
so
Torch. We're gonna have two dudes flying in the air.
him in the air.
I'll run Mantis, so I could
I
heal
don't know.
him in the air.
Yeah.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
So we have no Hulk.
I'm a Lord Hulk too.
I mean, it's fine.
I'm a Lord Hulk too.
Oh, these.
No, I know. Just with Frost and you, it's
both
like
these
too
tanks
stationary.
don't
We don't have
swap,
anybody to dive. With
Well,
Hulk, you
these-
can always dive if needed.
Both these tanks don't want to swap, so
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
I put money on the fact I'm a better Hulk than this chump.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I put money on the fact I'm a better Hulk than this chump.
Stand back and let the white queen.
Yeah, I mean, whoever wants to be Hulk, man, I don't care.
There's gonna be a fight. Strong again.
You guys gotta help help me with Cap though when he's diving on the back line. It's just
You
gonna
guys
fucking-
gotta help me with Cap though when he's diving on the back line. It's just gonna fucking.
Damn.
This comp is not gonna do it, I can tell you that. If I was in the back,
That was
he'd have fucked my
awful.
Cap.
Yeah,
This comp
healers
is
went
not
to the
gonna do it. I
right.
can
We
tell
went.
you that. If I was in the back and fucked my
Nobody's
Cap.
peeling.
Yeah.
Nobody's peeling.
last night? I sure did. I also had money on the Timberwolves. Hey, Timberwolves fans, you guys hear me? Does anyone hear a Timberwolves fan? Can we talk for a second? Are you guys okay? What the fuck was that? What was that? Legitimately, what was that performance? I'm dead serious. Bro, you just lost to the Warriors. How hurt? Like, really let that sink in. The best player, one of the best players in the league, wasn't a part of the game, and you guys lost. Not only lost, but you're getting dominated. Draymond Green dropped his ball sack on your head. I don't think I would dare argue this. I don't know if Draymond Green has in his career hit 4 3-pointers. I'm dead serious.
Yes, lots of times.
Has he ever gotten 4? Chad, you understand Draymond, okay? You know who I'm talking about, right? Like, dude, when you guys do this, it really pisses me off, okay? Because everyone here knows who I'm talking about. But I slightly said the name wrong, and that's all you guys are focused on, bro. I almost had as many points as Ant-Man in the first half. That was in my hot tub. I haven't streamed in a while. What other things happened? Yeah, Maple Leafs. I don't know. You guys are still ass, bro. I don't know. Like, I still stand by what I'm saying. Y'all are ass. Okay, just for the record, Maple Leafs fans. I don't know what happened. I might put $10,000 on the Panthers tonight because there's no possible way. There's no possible way the Leafs are going to go up 2-0 against the Florida Panthers. There's no way. And GTA 6 trailer. So I watched it off stream and I did a reaction video to it. It's on Tim 2. I mean, we have GTA 6 around the corner in a year. That's exciting. Yeah. That's kind of exciting, bro. I mean, I just have to stay relevant enough to make it to Grand Theft Auto 6. Can I have the props up, guys? And the Hurricanes pissed me off last night. I had Capitals. Hurricanes pissed me off. And can I be honest with you guys, though? Flat out, bro. I'm going to tell y'all something. In playoff hockey right now, there's no hockey team that is playing at the pace of the Oilers. This guy, I watched Connor McDavid skate around 3 defenders like he was fucking Messi. It was like I was watching Cristiano Ronaldo on the ice. Like, Connor McDavid literally was just skating around 3 guys like he was Cristiano Ronaldo. I was like, this guy's unstoppable. David may be best player in the NHL. I'm dead serious. Stars going for it all. Can someone talk me out of putting $1,000 tonight? Because I've thought about doing it a couple times on Panthers money line, Stars money line. I feel like it's that easy. Right? Is it that easy? Is the chalk? I have to feel this in my balls. I saw the Dodgers and I immediately thought of time. I mean, the guy said, what, 2 in a row already? It's the Marlins beating their ass. Except for when I bet on them and they beat them last night. Dude, honestly, just fade me. Don't. You know what, chat? Don't tell me. I bet Dodgers when they were down yesterday and they lost to the Marlins. Like, what? Judge. Maybe that should be the bet. We just put $100 on Aaron Judge to get a home run. Aaron Judge. I love Judge. I mean, you can't talk me out of it. You know what, dude? I'm just going straight chalk. You guys ready for this? Aaron Judge. Bobby. I'm just going chalk. No, don't tell this. It's not hitting. This is the chalk home run bet, dude. Bryce Harper. Say it in chat, don't tell me. Freddie Freeman, he's swinging for the fences right now. One more.
What the fuck are you doing? Yo, my bad. I thought you were kidding. The fuck you mean you thought it was
It's not him. This one guy is spamming Tommy Edman. Bro, listen, I like Tommy Edman, but he's not the chalk home run guy. You know what I'm saying? Tommy is not the, oh yeah, that's chalk. He's just like these just massive hitters, bro. Oh, he's hurt. Oh, there it is. Alright, let's start reading some donos, guys, shall we? Yeah, here we go. Wait, is my top dono 50? Yeah, here we go. Oh. Wait, so why's my top dono not yeah, here we go? Did you do this? I have a $50 dono from yeah, here we go, but he's not the top dono. Oh, there we go. Yeah, here we go. Alright, $50 for... He said the Cowboys are trash. Why would you dono that? I thought this guy was going to be a Cowboys fan. Like, I thought that was going to be, like, a good top dono, nice dono, and he said Cowboys are trash. You dummy, chat. So, Mrs. Sports Fanatic, I have to know your opinion on Utah's NHL name and branding. Wiz, can you put that over there? For 25 Tusk. Listen, bro, when the Cowboys win the Super Bowl this year, I want you guys to think of me, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, here we go. The Utah Mammoths. I gotta mess with this branding. I like it. It's kind of clean. It's the mammoth. I mess with it. Say you can be the mascot. What do you mean by that? 25 from I Know Ball. Play for Dallas this year. Bet anything on it happening. Tack overthrows CD and throws an interception while Pickens is fighting the DB 15 yards. Well, that's why I want to box, because I'd like to witness that live, dude. Dude, I'm not kidding. Here's another dono right after that. Right? Listen. Tack overthrows Pickens for an interception. Cowboys out of the first round again. From MacGyver. Yo, it's a dude from GTA 6 trailer. Shut up, man. Who's gonna get more catch attempts this year? Pickens or the end zone referee? Alright, bro. 25 from Adon. $1 for every Eagles Super Bowl before Dallas sees another postseason. Holy shit. Where are the kind donos? 25 from Papa. It's been a long time watching. You had a great thing. Hope you got sorted out. I'm doing well, thank you. I am. That was a nice dono. Thank you for the 25. Thank you. I'm doing well. Running yourself a lot too. Oh, thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man. Leafs in 7, Tim. He just gave $18 to send. 25 from Sebastian. Saw an interview of you looking at the photo of you and Action Jackson. You're a cutie patootie, and you still are. Remember what it was like being 18 playing World of Warcraft in the old days? But those are the gaming memories y'all have that I wish I knew that I was in the good times. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, that was it, man. Staying up late, staying up all night, playing World of Warcraft, playing TBC into Wrath of the Lich King, bro. It's just the glory days, man. Nothing will beat it. Nothing will beat it. 25 from KPEQ. Hey, old man, do you call the Old Testament just the Testament? So old, not fat anymore. Can't talk smack about that, but you're old, like very old. Thank you. I'm pretty sure 25. Thank you, bro. No, Tim, you got some shit on your jersey there. All I see is one of two of the best receiving duo in the NFL, CeeDee Lamb and Pickens. That's all I see there, buddy. I look down. The Stars to sweep the Jets. Yeah, they're high-key ass. Arc Raiders is sick. So, yeah, I was talking to Tyler a little bit about it, and Dennis and Kyle, and they all said Arc Raiders is actually kind of good. So I know it's not, you can't play it right now, but I do think I want to try it out. Arc Raiders, right? It's another new extraction shooter. Okay? So it looked kind of cool. It looked kind of cool. Here's if you have good receivers. If you don't have a good quarterback. Okay, guys, let's just like have a real and open conversation up, and like let's just be honest with each other here. Dak Prescott is a top 10 QB in the NFL. Okay. Is he top 5? No. He is a top 10 quarterback. No, it's not cap. Dak is a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Yes, he is. Name 10 other quarterbacks that are better than Dak. I will try. Okay. First, you know what, dude, I'm gonna get a notepad out for this. Ready for this? Dak is a top 10 QB. Okay, ready? Let's make a list. Okay. This is in no particular order. I'm just trying to get 10. Hurts. I'll give you that, Philly. Mahomes. Josh Allen. Here, just start with where. Better, and Dak. I don't care if it's the wrong Ben. I don't care. Okay? I didn't graduate kindergarten. Okay, Lamar. Okay. Yeah, wait, parentheses. We got He's top 10. Okay. Hurts, Mahomes, Allen, Lamar. Burrow. I'll give you Burrow. Let me think. I don't want to do this, but I'll even give this. I'll give Goff. Herbert. God damn. Herbert. Goodness gracious. Jane Daniels. Here we go, though. This is where I'm at. Hold on. Oh, Baker. Baker. I'm not putting Purdy better than Dak Prescott, bro. Do not stop. You guys are gonna, no, I'm not. No, I'm fucking not. If you think I am going to put Brock Purdy on this list, you are fucking delusional. Dude, all he does is check the fucking ball down. Don't get me started. I could throw the ball to CMC. Hey, Christian, you mind taking this in the end zone? You mind taking this in the end zone, Christian? Hey, Debo, reverse. Stroud. It's going to be kind of controversial. I'm not putting Stroud there. I'm not putting Stroud in 10. Did you guys watch him last season? I'm dead fucking serious. Hey, just to be clear, I thought they were going to make a run after the preseason. Listen, let's have an open and honest conversation here, okay? Stroud took a step back last year, okay? In 2024, the 2024 football season. 2023, he was kind of lights out. I don't know, bro. He was on like a different level. He took a step back in 2024. I don't know what happened. What about Stafford? I'm still here. I'm still here. Name 10. I'm still here. I'm taking Goff off, bro. I'm taking Goff off, dude. Yep. What's going on? fine. Better than that. Top 15. Keep going. I'll give you Kyler. I'm putting Mason Rudolph as a top 15 quarterback in the Are you guys trolling? Mason Rudolph? Are you on drugs? What about Jordan Love? I'll give you him. I like Jordan. I think he's good. You know what, dude? I'm even going to throw something crazy out here. Bo Nix is unreal. Okay, here we are, though. Top 15. Chat, guys. I'm not putting Tua on this list. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. I'm not putting fucking Tua here. Tua is not better than Dak, okay? Tua is not here, bro. I'm not. I'll give you CJ. I'll give you Stroud, top 14. But here we are, 15. Okay, here we are, end of the list. Top 15 quarterback, okay? I am not putting Purdy on this list. No. Bro, everyone in my YouTube chat is screaming Drake May. Guys, are you serious? Sam Darnold! You're gonna have Sam Darnold at the helm. Are you trolling? This guy just gave me $51 in the middle of this. Sam Darnold, Caleb Williams, Geno Smith, Cooper Beebe, all better. You are on fucking drugs, okay? You're on drugs. You're on drugs. You can't just give me, for one, thing for the 51, Reese, for one, but you're on drugs. Like, Geno Smith? Are you trolling? Vince, why would you do that? I'm not putting drink. Someone said Tommy DeVito. Dude, help me, bro. This is Dak. This is Dak. Dak is a top 15 QB. Bam. There it is. See, this is the list. I told you guys it was top 15. It's not no shot, bro. I'm not putting T-Law there. No. I'm not putting Russell there. Mr. Unlimited. No. I got a guy legitimately. It's the only guy, I swear. I got one guy spamming Joe Flacco. Brother, are you okay? Like, everyone else is kind of like on Tua or Caleb. But this guy is literally spamming Flacco. He just keeps spamming. Flacco is not better than Dak. He's like 85. Flacco is like one hit away from just, like, everything. It's done, man. He's done. He's like 47 years old. I'm not putting AR-15 here. No, I'm not. Dak is top 15, man. Someone say a shooter or run. The list is done, man. All right, I made my point. He's top 15. He's top 15. All right, I told you guys, man. Luck of left. Hey, Tim, thank you for Cowfish. When Monday was delicious. Glad you liked it, man. I love Cowfish. I wish I lived closer. I keep. If you're 25, brother. 25 for Reese. Don't forget, OBJ is a better QB than Dak. Reese. That's rage bait. You're talking rage bait at $25. I'm not falling for it. Aaron Rodgers has to be on this list. No. 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 Thank you for your 51, Reese. 5101 from Reese again. He just topped out on. Cowboys should let Dak play all the regular season and then put in Paul Crew, parentheses, Adam Sandler, from the longest yard, and you'll probably have a better playoff run. How is this guy? Can someone else out don't know this guy, please? Please, man. I swear to God, I'm just gonna super chat this guy said favorite cards. Well, it's just so clear to me you guys don't know football like I do. And I just must see everything, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I have to see more than you. There's no way. There's no way, bro. See, I'm at the eye of Agamotto.
Bro, you're fucking 5-9. You were.
Anywho, hey guys, hey Taco, thank you for 30 months. Of course I saw that. 25 from Anon, no message. Steven, thank you for 44 months. Foxy, 64 months. Fadeless, thank you. ED, thank you for your 8 months. E. Taylor Jr., thank you for your members. And third, thank you for your time.
Fucking idiots.
Alright, listen. Let's all have a good day, guys. Right? Alright, are you ready for it? You ready? Well, so here's kind of the plan today. Okay, for a dance. We're going to spectate 1 or 2. Play a little bit of Clocky and some of the boys. And then we're playing Marvel today. We are playing 2 games. You guys ready for this? I'm going to play for dance and I'm going to play Marvel. That is the plan today. Okay? I know, crazy, right? So that's kind of the plan. But dude, I have to say, man, I see it. So obviously, I don't know if y'all saw. I'm assuming most people here saw the 100 men versus a gorilla, like who would win. I saw a new one, and I've seen it 3 or 4 different times on my For You page this morning. There is a guy. There is a British guy that said enough with the 100 men versus a gorilla. What about 100 Brits versus 100 Americans in a fist fight with no weapons? I was like, dude, the comment section on this video is comedy, by the way, absolute comedy. One of the top comments was like, we already settled this, we celebrated every July 4th. Oh my God, I almost died. And one of the other comments was, yeah, right, 100 Brits versus 1 Waffle House shift. And dude, literally, the comment section was golden, bro. It was actually golden. Bro, guys, you could probably take, I'm not kidding, you could probably take 100 Brits versus, I'll give you 15 Florida men. And that's probably it. Like that, yeah, that might be wraps right there. Bring in like 10 people from like Texas, maybe, if you want, but I don't think they're getting past 15 Florida men.
The fuck are these bands?
The people in Florida are insane. They wrestle alligators. Like, they literally jump on alligators. Bro, there was a guy walked barefoot in Jacksonville across the highway and wrangled an alligator in the middle of just daylight. Like, how do you compete with that as a Brit? Like, did the Brits have anything like that? Do you guys have any crazy people here? Alligators don't have arms, bro. Just so I'm clear, you think you could just go 1v1 an alligator, like straight up, like you're gonna go, and don't they? I mean, they have like extremities, right? You're just gonna go 1v1 an alligator, bro? Oh, he's got it. Oh, okay. I saw that TikTok this morning, and the comment section was golden. If you guys see it, bro, it was so funny. But I was like, bro, 100. Like, I don't even know if you would need 100 Americans, to be honest with you. I don't know, bro. There are large Americans, man. They're just massive. You know what I mean? So someone was like, you could take 10 guys from Louisiana, 10 guys from Texas, 10 guys from like New York and Chicago, and then the other 50 would just be kind of watching, basically.
Preferably tank.
So it was fun. If you guys see it on TikTok, I saw a couple this morning about it, and I was like, this is gonna be like another thing. But I was like, yeah, I bet USA there. I just watched your band /my band video. I'm here to say my calves are nicer than yours. Wandering thing. So Peach thing. Scoring 43 months. Clown and Josh. It's Hey, fucking 5 gifted slap dick. Thank you. Purity, thanks for the prime. 25 from Cos. You opened Jane Daniels for fat. I think he was literally on the list. So did you open your ass? Thank you, bro. 100 NFL players versus 100 rugby players is no contest. Rugby would destroy.
We would ban. They want to ban fucking Iron Man. That was real important to them.
I will say this: some of those rugby dudes out there, you know, I can't.
Dumbest fucking ban I've ever seen.
I had a buddy.
Backline guys.
He played rugby. He like loved it. He always told me I should play rugby because I was like large and could run. He's like, "You'd be great for rugby." I was like, "Thank you." I never did. You know, Chad, I'm trying to, bro. I think I want to start. I think I'm just gonna start playing beach volleyball. And just get mad at him. I think beach volleyball would be a good way to do that. You know what I mean? We can run to the fridge. Okay. Oh, okay, guys. Kate and Lee, thank you for your YouTube members. ST and SoFlo. Suffer. What's up? I appreciate you. Where are you? In terms of gifted members, how many for you to try Diablo 4? I appreciate you, brother. That would, I mean, bro, just to be clear, let me make something very clear. I like Diablo. I think it's a great game. I just can't, I'm not going to stream that. You know what I'm saying? That being said, can I still have 50 gifted from you? For being honest? What about 100 Twitch chat viewers versus 100 YouTube chat viewers? Now we're talking. I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. Actually, like, obviously Twitch is saying Twitch and YouTube saying YouTube, but I mean, YouTube, I don't know, man. I can tell y'all are, dude. I mean, everyone. So Twitch is saying Twitch and YouTube is saying YouTube. So YouTube said we have only a strength term. See this thing if you're a member. Sure, you see 50. You know what, chat? Instead of 100 Twitch chat viewers, there's 100 YouTube viewers. We sell this with
Yo, 0 and 3 fucking Moon Knight. You want to swap?
That's what I'm talking about, Jared. Isn't that crazy, guys? I literally
You're fucking throwing.
played Diablo 4, and I said I'm not gonna play that, but can I still have 50 gifted? He did 50 gifted, bro. We can W for Jeremy one time in the chat. That's right. Twitch chat. I'm not trying to pay you guys. You don't have to be to get the subs, but can I get a W for this guy? I literally just asked him for 50 to gift. So W, man. I appreciate your Jared. Thank you, bro. 25 versus 100 tips versus a salad. I got that all day. And you know what I'm really in the mood for, bro? I'm in the mood for fried burger. Wow. Anyone else? You guys have burger? Y'all got, bro, burger? It's lit. I don't know. I didn't see grouper until I came down to Florida. And I'm telling you, man, fish is unbelievable. It really is. It's flaky.
Jesus Christ.
Here's the thing, man. When I was in New York,
Now we have one healer?
and it kind of drove me nuts. Like, down here in Florida, bro, I willingly get fish. Like, I go to try to get fish. and I'll say this, man.
Just surrender, guys.
Catch it in the Gulf like that, it's fresh. And that's why I think it's so good.
He's not swapping.
In Florida,
He's not gonna. He's already 0 and 6 and not swapping. He's not gonna swap.
I'm literally craving it.
He's a fucking retard.
$100 super chat from Milano. Hey, to Mr. Pete for the answer, bro. Glad to be part of your legacy. I made a Warzone. And roughly, I thoroughly enjoy with friends. Enjoy the content for all. Cheers everywhere. Can I get a $3 for me? That's what comes out. Milano, I appreciate your $100 super chat, bro. If you're $100, bro, I appreciate you, man. Paul, grizzly bear versus a gorilla was the first debate years back. I do remember that. Didn't ask me about that. I still don't fully know about that one, to be honest with you. I'm not happy with Pickens. I literally put this jersey on when I heard this story. We're going to win this one. I'm pretty sure it gets the member man. Okay, I'm almost caught up. Ready?
We definitely don't need 3 tanks, guys.
There's a dollar super chat.
Oh, Okay, someone swapped back. Oh, you're just portaling.
300 pounds of magnetic chest.
Gotcha. My bad.
From Jolly, Ben Roethlisberger is a top 10 quarterback. I'm about to stop reading this sentence. And Ben Roethlisberger is a top 10 QB. Ben isn't playing anymore, bro. Hello? So Twitch chat is on antipsychotics, so Twitch chat's probably winning. 25 for Packers fan, Tim versus Queso eating contest. You know, I don't really see KC. I'll say this, bro. When he were to talk about one time and he backed out, it had so much force that I knew what was inside it. And I'm so fat that I knew that there was a chicken quesadilla in there, bro. I'm not thinking about the mama. In fact, saying for the member queue, that member with Mama's thinking, I'm so bro. About 100 Americans versus 100 Aussies. Alligators are nothing. Russell Crocs. Here's what I'll say, bro. Australia, y'all are kind of like I feel like Australia and Florida are like long-lost cousins. You know what I'm saying? I'll say, I've always been a fan of my YouTube chat. How do I say this? Wait for the chat. ABBELHIADI. Ohadi.
I'm gonna play Sofara.
Shara.
Give up all our position. Fuck. I had good control there. Gave it up for nothing.
Coaching for 3 months, man, as well. I swear to God, this guy might be my Twitch that said, and I also got big lips, and I'm just sitting here.
Oh my God.
Like, what could the context of this be? Like, what are you talking about? He did text me this morning about streaming. 25 for Purity. If you get Rupert, make sure it's on the water restaurant. Make sure it's on the water restaurant and try Blacken. Blacken Rupert is incredible. I like Blacken. I mean, dude, this is how I know I like Rupert. I'll do grilled, Blacken, or fried. Like all, they're all great. Listen, I'm kind of craving fried because I'm a fan of more. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Penny, you gotta stay with the team, dog.
Probably because y'all are fucking mean to it, bro.
Oh, you keep running.
Has he not been live about probably because y'all are fucking mean, chat?
You keep running way up into their side when the fights are coming down over here. We were healer fucking down.
No matter what.
We were healer down.
He was live this morning? Oh.
Because our healers were getting... Because everyone else was getting dove on. And then you ran to the other side.
Tyler doesn't have to stream anymore. Who knows that, right? We all
Are you fucking blind, bro?
He doesn't have to stream. Like, Tyler can just... If he wanted, he could just stop. And he's good the rest of his life. You know what I'm saying? And you kind of... It's like... He logs on and...
No, don't go running up in their spawn and dying immediately like you do after every team fight we win.
He doesn't have to. You know? And I'll say this too. Y'all are fucking mean to me too. I don't really care. Tyler, I think it affects him more. He can't like you guys can say things to me and I can just, I don't know what it is, but I can like see people like, oh Tim, oh I don't like this guy Tim. And that doesn't affect me. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. Like, it doesn't matter to me if you don't like me. Does that make sense? Which is fine. Like, there are people in the world that you may not get along with. Like, that's just life. You're not going to get along with everybody, and that's totally a fine thing. And if you don't like me, that's fine. You don't like me. And you don't have to like me. But, like, Tyler, I think he's $25 gift to members, man. I appreciate it. Because he's toxic. I mean, the thing is, too, like, you gotta think of it from his end. Like, when he's on stream, he gets clipped, and he might be scrolling later, and just imagine you're scrolling and you see yourself and you. And it's a clip of you, and whatever that clip is, you go to the comment section, and people are just like, wow, I wish this dude would shut the fuck up. What would you think of
We
that?
got someone AFK in spawn.
You know what I mean?
Oh, here they come. It's one of our healers.
Yeah, but it's visual. Yeah, but he's still a human. You guys understand that behind all of everyone, any creator it may be, like money, whatever it looks like, even celebrity set, like at the end of the day, everyone's still just a human, bro. And no matter what, there are going to be human reactions to things that you see. You know? Like, you can have all the money in the world, but you're still a human at the end of the day. You know? And I'll say this too, I think you can think of the internet, like, you can just say whatever. It doesn't affect people, but it's like, at the end of the day, you're still a human reading what people are thinking of you, no matter what your status is. And, you know, it'll affect you. It's Timmy the goat. He's the goat. You see what I'm saying? I see your super chat, bro, and I do appreciate you. Americans versus yeah, let's get back to this, bro. 100 Americans versus 100 Aussies. I gotta be honest with Aussies might have that. Y'all seem kind of wild.
Healers down, fall back.
Like Australian, all of Australia kind of seems like Florida. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. That whole area seems like Florida. You know what I mean? And, like, we have Florida, and like Florida's kind of wild, but it's like all of Australia kind of seems that way. Y'all got crazy insects too. 25 for bad. Rats on pickets. Unfortunately, I don't think you'll be able to beat my Eagles. You're gonna come to Philly this year. Hell no. I swear we get a bad rap. Scouts Harder, we won't hardly do that. You could not give me. No. I go to a Philly game in a Cowboys series for $1 million. And I'll let people do whatever they want to do, whatever. I don't want to deal with that though. Hell no. No. I went to Tampa, and even Tampa fans, they were pretty chill. Like, there were a lot of people, like, even Sherman and Tampa when I was in the Cowboys. You know what I mean? I'll say this. I have friends who are Phillies fans, like Eagles fans, and they don't like their own fan base at Philly. My friends who are Philly fans. You know what I'm saying? So, 25, here's the thing. The way I see it, you're personal and relatable. You make us feel comfortable talking to you straight one-on-one, which to me makes you one of the boys, which also means I can roast you and we'll have a laugh. I'll do at the end of this, don't know for that. Sure. Fair enough, bro. I appreciate your 25, bro. I mean, yeah. This guy just gave me a parlay shot. What do you guys think? Celtics minus 10.5. Stars, Yankees, Dodgers. Can I be honest with you guys? The only one I don't like here is the Celtics. Can I tell you guys something? Like, I don't know. I can't pinpoint it. I can't pinpoint what it is. There are two players that are the star players of the team. And I just feel like there's zero aura. Well, with the exception of last night. Halliburton just kind of has this thing where him and Tatum, I can't pinpoint what it is. I just, like, Tatum specifically. Like, this guy Tatum at the end of the Celtics game, last game, he just kept breaking threes. Like, I'm like, dude, like, ask the ball.
No.
Pass the ball. Right? This year I would have gone Halliburton, but he's got
So fucking garbage.
aura. Like if there was an aura meter, Halliburton is moving on up quite a bit. Tatum is just ice. Like ice cold, bro. By the end of it, I was hoping Derek White would shoot a three. You know what I'm saying? But the Halliburton. Aaron Gordon, dude, I'm an Aaron Gordon fan in these finals. If you guys watching Aaron Gordon, I might start just slamming his over. Just saying he's thinking about putting 250 on Panthers and OKC. So the odds of it, I can't do that. Well, Panthers, you're really just betting Panthers that one, aren't you? Isn't OKC like minus 500? That ends up being plus money. I mean, I'll say this. I don't think the Leafs go 2-0 against Florida. Bob Frosky is one of the greatest goalies. Bob Frosky, in my opinion, is the best goalie in the finals right now. In my opinion. And I had Panthers winning it last year, and Bob Frosky was a big part of that role. I don't know if the Leafs go up 2-0 against them, bro. Yeah, I kind of like that bet. But can you send me Davis's bet? Do you guys think the Celtics cover 10.5 tonight, chat? GTA 6 trailer tip. And Gio, I can see a lot of you are not subscribed to my YouTube channel. Guys, there was an entire reaction of my opinion on the trailer and updates that we got about GTA 6 on Tim the Time Man 2 literally yesterday. See, you don't know hockey. I'll say this, bro. Playoff hockey, NBA's been getting there a little bit, but playoff hockey's been sick. It has been fire, bro. Like, that playoff hockey, it was the Jets, right? Did you guys see how the Jets game ended? Like, how they won that game 7? Unreal, bro. Like, if I was there, that would probably be the most memorable sports experience that I would have ever had. I think there was 2 seconds left in the third period. If you guys haven't seen it, just go look it up.
Nah, Moon Knight Hill.
Game 7, like,
We got Gamma, dude.
they tied the game up with 1.6 seconds left in the before the game was over. It was unbelievable, man. And if I was there, that was probably one of the craziest. I don't know if there'd be a greater sport experience that I would have seen live. So, all right, Matt, I appreciate Matt Finley. Isn't that? What is the name that Chris Farley had? R.I.P. Chris Farley, absolute legend. Living in a van down by the river. Matt Foley. Is it Matt Foley? That was the first thing I thought of when I read that name. Matt Finley, Matt Foley. I'm Matt Foley. I'm a motivation. R.I.P. Chris Farley. Taylor, unbeat Sal. Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you for 22 months. R.E.M. and King. All right. Also, I do just want to show this one thing about Grand Theft Auto 6. Okay, I talked about this in my video. If y'all didn't see it on Tim Time Man 2, just to be clear, I'm very excited for GTA 6 whenever it does come out, and I'm very much anticipating playing it quite a bit. I'll say this too. Do you guys? I never did a playthrough of the GTA 5 story. Do you think that's worth it? Should I run that? I never did a playthrough. I never did it. I did role play. I did Dale Morris. I never actually played through the Grand Theft Auto 5 story. 100% do it right now. It's not bad. I think it'd be a good stream thing. Like, literally just on stream, I just, bang out the Grand Theft Auto playthrough for the first time. Like, GTA 5 story playthrough. I think it would be a stream. I think it would be a good stream thing. So, obviously, I am excited for GTA 6. And here's the question I was thinking, too. GTA 5 doesn't connect to the GTA 6 story, right? I said I was gonna. I have to go back and look at the comment section of my Tim 2 video, which has been like 24 hours now. Like they're two separate things, right? Because it's a totally different. Because now we're in Florida in GTA 6, right? But here's what I got to show you guys, bro. So the GTA 6 announcement happened yesterday, and I kept getting tagged in this photo. You guys ready for this still image? Can y'all please stop tagging me in this? I'm dead serious, man. Okay? Like, is it a fat guy that has a lazy left eye with some tattoos that has beer next to it? And just to be clear, I tried dick once, okay? And of course this guy's in Florida with a gator there, bro. I mean, this is literally Florida. I keep getting tagged like I'm this fat guy on the right. That's it. Someone said it's like the Cabo BJ. So I mean, I had a beard like this for a little while. If there is a Florida image, it is this image, bro. Literally. Just standing over the gator. This really does capture Florida. If you guys are wondering what Florida is, it's kind of like this in a way. I mean, there's a lot of Florida, but this is a big part of Florida right here. Yeah, I got a GTA 6 here. All right. Tim, isn't that your call, baby skin? This guy on my YouTube channel spamming over and over again. That's Rob. And just for the record, he makes something very clear here. Dez caught that. Dez Bryant caught the ball. That was a catch. I won't be told otherwise. I will not. If you do not think that Dez Bryant caught that ball, you do not know football. Period. You don't know football. It's fine. As long as you can do that. You don't know ball if you think Dez dropped that ball. Alright, playing today. Like I said, playing. Okay. We're gonna play a little Warzone. We're gonna spectate. We're gonna play a little. Okay. 9 minute swapping to Marble Rivals. Okay. So I'm probably gonna do, if I did like ballpark, there's a Diablo Immortal also. Am I fucking seeing that right? What? Did you guys know that? I played the hell out of Diablo Immortal when it first came out, Rock Can't Lie. I can't lie to you guys, man. I did. I actually think I did an ad for them. It was sick. Like, especially for a mobile game, right? Obviously, the mobile game, but like Diablo Immortal was fire. And you can play it on your computer too. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, play it. We're gonna start with some Warzone, and then we're gonna end with Marvel today. Alright, I don't know how long we're going for. I'll say this, the weather is bad today. That's exciting. So maybe I'll stream. I don't want to get ahead of myself here, guys. Maybe I'll be out for 6 hours today, right? Weather has been beautiful the last couple of days. Like, it was, the last couple of days have just been like perfect sun. It's been beautiful, bro. We were at the beach the other day and we saw manatee, and I don't want to see one singular comment about me being in the water. Okay, it was a literal manatee. It was huge. I'm a hockey fan, Rings watcher, appreciate sport, bro. The last 3 years, you have a favorite player. I don't know if I got a favorite player. I'm starting out. I don't know if I have a favorite player. Listen, I was told I'll get 1,000 gifted subs if the Capitals win the finals. So, like, right now I am kind of, I don't have money in it, but I am pulling for the Capitals because I get 1,000 gifted subs. So, Tim saw Manatee and thought it was his brother. Hey, guys. So, Jess tweeted a video of it here. Yeah, she was with us. It was an actual manatee. The hell can I just so you guys get a ballpark understanding here, like that was like, I mean, this water was like right here. This is like beach. Okay, so he was really close to shore. It was huge though, bro. See him? Wow, look at that, bro. This is what the water and the weather's been like, by the way. So forgive me for not streaming the last couple of days. Actually, I'm not going to ask for your forgiveness. I didn't want to stream. And you can fuck it. You know what, dude? Deal with it. Alright? Been at the beach, bro. Alright? I get 50 gift you guys because I'm here today. Awesome. Okay, we're gonna spectate one or two. Okay, spectate one or two, and then Valerie also was I'm not careful. And then so spectate one or two, and then a little bit of clocky and some points. Marble later. I don't want to give a time because I don't know how long. I'll say this. When I'm not having fun on Verdansk anymore, I'm gonna swap the marble. That's what I'm gonna do. Be right back.
Back up and regroup, guys. We're staggering bad.
Guys. Hey, everyone. Hey, guys. Yeah, you guys are a lot of this.
you swap off Hulk, bro. That was not necessary. I think you're overreacting.
haven't played in a while. Counter-Strike
Bro,
is
get back.
dog
We only have one healer. The problem wasn't Hulk. The problem is we have one fucking healer.
Like, are people mad at the state? I heard that there's something about the premier matchmaking is just like hackers. Right? I guess Warzone and Counter-Strike have something in common, huh? Like, the ranked is like a ton of hackers. This Counter-Strike has cases you can rip. Okay, Tyler, thank you for 52. Swing and a miss on the top dono, by the way, there, buddy. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, here we. This guy got his load out pretty fast. Maybe he's good. Yeah, here we.
You guys fucking sped?
Happened in a sense. Easy like chocolate. Wants you to melt.
Oh my god.
Hey, that's on me. That's what I expect. I'm not kidding. I expect. How good of a movie was White Chicks, by the way? There's so many more White Chicks. For the lady, perhaps a salad. Perhaps not. Take a steak. Smothered in onions. Goes on 5. Oh, okay. Look how much a P3 Carrot Doppler has gone up in Counter-Strike. $3,000 from 1,200. Wait, so what's my inventory worth? Go look it up. Am I rich?
Dumbest shit I've ever seen.
This guy's movement's kind of nice. No, that sentence can be really taken out of context. That's kind of crazy, huh? Yeah, yeah. I see you, bro. Maybe if you actually played, you wouldn't be trashing more than 2 kills. I get it. Your community is full of losers, so they like watching you watch people. Hey, Corey, can I tell you something, bro? Please, can you ban him? Hey, Corey, you seem like no fun. You know what I mean? Like you kind of seem like dog shit, like just dog shit. You kind of seem like the kind of person where like you're in a group of people that know you, but they pity invite you because they know they got to deal with you. They don't really want you there. Does that make sense, Corey? Like that kind of, you seem like that kind of person. I hope this was kind of eye-opening for you, bro. Maybe he invites himself, yeah, right? What are you guys doing? Like, you don't get the invite, you gotta ask when the event is, type shit. You know what I mean? Figure it out, Corey. Okay, man. I don't know why you came in my entire community, bro. We're all having a good time here, Corey. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you, fuck off. Is this guy fucking cheating, by the way? I'm over here roasting my shit. Like, obviously a stick trick, right? Maybe he's cheating. The Celtics Mountain Dew out of my 40 bed. The funniest part of that ad we did with Mountain Dew, like my hat, my shot, I can't, if you haven't looked at it, Chad, is on my TikTok, my cannonball in the water. My cannonball in the water and my hat flew out.
You're a fucking idiot swapping off heals, bro.
Oh, man, this is insane. I don't know why, Chad, but I've been listening to Weird Box and Pet Things a lot lately, and
Doubt you have more final blows than me.
album is fire. You know what I'm saying? First time Shatter Tim looking creamable today, as per usual. by the way. I don't think this guy's cheating. I talk about my thoughts on the Pickens trade. Well, that's why I wore this jersey today. That was plain spucks. What was that sound? Bro, this in a parlay? I'll say this fucking Emax he has is a problem. I mean, shit. He's about to get pinched. These two guys on him are pretty good. Great detonates. Great detonate. Wow. This guy's good. Now, listen, there's little things like that that separate a really good player from, like, someone who's not very good. Like, those detonates, it's just game sense and game ability, you know? I talked a little about CD and Pickens. I love the try. I think Dallas made out, like, great. That's a great. You know, I was sleeping on this. I've been sleeping on the Emax world. It's unfamiliar. But yeah, I mean, what do y'all think? Dallas traded for what? Pickens for a third-round pick and a fifth-round pick? I feel like that's massive. I mean, I think that was a great trade for Dallas. I mean, and for Pickens too, man. Listen, the biggest problem with this dude up here is a problem. The sniper. I wouldn't try to fight this sack. You gonna try to fight it? I wouldn't. I believe you're gonna try to fight it. That's your between me and you. Like, we don't have to play. Oh, we have plates. I'm in. It's like now, it's like Pickens was always just getting double teamed. Right? So it's like, I felt bad for him, and now it's like, who do you double team on Dallas? Do you double team CD? Do you double team Pickens? One of them will probably be open. And then you got Ferguson. I like our up, dude. That pickup, I'm actually very impressed with that pick that Jerry made. That trade. I feel like Cowboys got the better deal out of that trade. Does that make sense? That's what I would say. Do you guys agree, Chad? I don't understand why the Steelers gave him up because they traded for Metcalf, right? So they have Metcalf and Pickens. I don't know, man. Probably Stack starts running. Lou and Wicked, thank you for your members. Ish, Cyber, and I. ASAP 44 months on YouTube. Boom, thank you for that. Decision. This guy's good, bro. Decision making, right? He didn't want to break that because he knew he couldn't get the kill right there. I think this is a Cyber. He has to get this kill. That's the sniper. He's gonna die to the other sniper. So there's something wrong. These guys look deep, bro. Really good. Movement. You guys notice there's something wrong with armor, by the way? Like, he could have played out, but it didn't register. I don't know if y'all caught that. And Bro knows something about the AMAX that I know, because I wouldn't be chopping a sniper with that thing, bro. But yeah, you guys notice the bug with plates? Like, there's something going on where it's like you put a plate in and it doesn't count, and then it put another, you almost have to put 4 in. trade issue. Decent value for the picks they gave. My problem is they have to pay Parsons now and Pickens next year. Pickens last year was rookie deal. After paying Dak and C, I can't say them paying Parsons and Pickens. So to me, they're going to give up picks for 1 year. I mean, that is the point, right? This is last year on Pickens' rookie contract. Now still have to pay him. We'll see what happens, man. I like the trade for Dallas value. The thing is, too, I love Parsons. Like, if I had to choose, do I want Pickens or Parsons? I feel like Parsons just adds too much to our defense, bro. You know? It's like, I feel like if I had to pick one, I can't even. Oh, it sucks that he gets killed like this, bro. Try it. I didn't even see that guy. I mean, of course it's a Terminator. Bro was putting out kind of a show. I mean, we're still on it, right? Because he has new. Wait, does that thing link me correct? That's good. 'Cause I know sometimes it's wrong, right? If you want a good one-shot sniper, use the Morse. HVP/Hardgrail. It's absurd. Is that thing still insane? I mean, I remember when I was playing, well, not in games, bro. When I was playing Warzone last, that sniper was sick. Am I done with rivals? I'm not gonna yell at you, bro. I'm in a great mood today. I don't know. Maybe my Twitch chat. He said this in Twitch chat, so maybe my title is not there for my Twitch chat. But the plan is to play Warzone / for dance and spectate, and then play a little. And then I'm going to end with Marvel. So short answer, I'm playing full. Short answer. My Twitch title says fat and bald. Shit. I heard that there's a tank strike in the world now currently. We all just strike. And then by the end of it, the only thing left is Spider-Man one tricks. Are you guys dating me? I have to be getting dated right now, right? You don't have any questions about Pickens right now? I was going to tell me heartbreak because I feel like, I mean, how many times have if you've been here this morning, how many times have I answered, like, maybe you should keep it, just tune in. And he's like, hey, Tim, I see you got the CD jersey up. What do you think about Pickens? Okay, ready? I'm going to sum it up. The trade is good. I like Pickens. Still just fine. What is a blazing buck? What is this? What is a blazing buck? Sounds like a deal that I would get at like a fast food restaurant. No, I'm ultra disconnected. Ah! I wish I was spectating that guy. I'm gonna get this fight going again. Twitch is trash compared to YouTube chat. And that's 25 beef in YouTube chatter. I've always been more of a fan of my YouTube chat. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't think you were better. Give me more money. He said that he's from youth. sellout, bro. Think about it. Right? You're scrolling on TikTok shop, sellout. You're driving down the street, advertisement, sellout. You guys go to work, you're a sellout, bro. But there you go to work. I love that this guy found an AMAX again, by the way. This guy literally got an AMAX offering, right, with his loading. He was good with the AMAX. And then he found another AMAX. This has got the AMAX King. He's got like a crown. Give me not to pay bills. That's not selling out. Well, me too. Me too. At least I have a real job. All right, Bryce, this will be off. I'm going to do. All right, now you're on thin ice. Sensei, thank you, remember. Taz T. Coles gifted 5 members on mute. AMAX is one of the best they are. Did they buff it? Because I feel like when Verdansk first came, this buy is risky. I feel like when Verdansk first came out, it wasn't as good. Was there a change to it? Yeah, can you give us a motivational speech? Sure, man. Sometime. No, stop thinking of the motivational. Did that helicopter just try to seek, swap, snipe, sack? Say that 5 times fast. Seek, swap, snipe, sack. Seek, swap, snipe, sack. Sweet, swap. Say that 5 times fast. I'm trying to think of a motivational speech right now. Ready? All right. If life gives you lemons, get some tequila. How's that not motivational, dude? I would say that's the most motivational thing I've ever said on stream. The famous tequila lemon. That's more of a lie, right? Zach, I'm telling you, this guy's trying to clip you, bro. He's trying to seek, swap, snipe. I can't do it. Okay, someone did 5 gifted on YouTube with the name Testicles, and then I just got Tasty Coles with 5 gifted on Twitch. What the fuck is going on? Is that the same guy? Wait, right? Yeah, it's that dude's name is Tasty Coles, and that guy's name was Testicles. What the fuck? Twitch chat eats the complimentary crayons that come with the kids menu. You know what? I'm going to find my Twitch chat. No, they don't. You know what, dude? Is there no This is not vehicles. Zach, he's trying to swap snipe you, bro. Do you not see? Open your eye. Open your eyes. Your eyes are but an illusion. Doesn't care, bro. Doesn't care. I like this guy, bro. I like Zach. Started a lot hotter. I got slowed up in the middle, but I mean, that's something. This AMAX is. I can't believe Zach is just standing up. He's behind the van, he's behind the van. It's a bus. Can you see your hair? Bro, Zach. I feel like I've said this a lot to you, and I'm going to reiterate this thing. You are
Healers, come with the tank, not the Psylocke. Oof. We gotta group up. That's retarded. Yo, we gotta group up. And DPS, you gotta help when our backline's getting dove. Can't just let our healers get eaten alive. Like, they're just walking past y'all and eating our healers over and over. It's not like you're getting healer picks, so...
I'm rotating. At this point, this car is in zone. Okay? I'm gonna speak for myself. I'm gonna speak for what I would probably do here. We got the zone, the car is on, like, the car is in gas. At this point, I'm probably assuming, okay, I thought maybe someone was by that car. They're not using the car to rotate, and I should probably get the zone, but he's still in zone here. We're almost in the zone. This guy finally gets in the car. Okay. You know why I said that? Because that was kind of like a, you know, it was like, that was a red flag for me. Like, why he was staring so long at that car. Just do that. Did you catch that right there? Right here. You see that? And by the very end of that, it's on. Is that Amos's? It goes on the other guy. Do you see it go on the other guy after the car kind of goes left and he kind of goes right? Like, is that it? I don't play control, so I don't know if that's Amos's. All right, let's bring it to the jury in the chat. Is that Amos's? Yes or no? He's live on mouse and key? Okay, hang on, this changes things. Do you see this guy? I don't see. Do you guys see this guy? I don't see him. I saw him last second. I didn't see him. I didn't see him live. I'll say that. I just saw him like pause again. He goes right there. Is that real? in a full blue outfit with fucking glasses on, bro. Okay. You know what? Even if it's cheating, I don't care. Can you put that image on the screen? Oh my god. That is fucking funny. Yeah. Dude, he has like a whole blue. I mean, his name is what? Wait, I thought his name was Enzo Blue. Wait, why is he dressed up like this? Oh my god, bro. That is so fucking funny. Oh my god. I don't even know if this shit anymore. That was too funny, bro. He just put a car. There's a car. At this point, this is just a crapshoot, right? It's like nothing there, right? Maybe you can't tell that last one, bro. It ain't enough to report, bro. It ain't. If I was on him the whole game, I'd be able to tell, bro. There's nothing there where it's like, yeah, that's definitive, bro. He used to stream cheats. That's why he's great. Well, I guess if you assume it would just watch that entire game. Go in and crash your game. Watch out. Okay. Just mad that I'm falsely thinking. Can I be honest with you? I don't give a fuck. So, and that's, hey, bro. Hey, good win, man. But, that's not me there. And moving on. Here we go. Let's get it. I didn't even fucking report. And by the end of it, I said there wasn't enough to fucking report. So I'm moving on with my fucking day. We see you. Actually, I won't. Make it easy. Bro, did you see all the drama with Necros? Support only run Bronze and Celestial GM in 2 days. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, bro. I mean, Chet, did you think that was going to go any other way? You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously. Obviously, Necros is going to be able to rank up playing support, bro. Right? Obviously. There's a DDoS attack in ranks. Yo, am I tripping? Or hasn't that been in the game for like ever? Am I tripping? I mean, obviously Necros is going to be able to get, like, Necros can play any rank and get, like top. Y'all know that, right? Y'all are aware. Good afternoon, Tim. Have a great stream. Thanks, Carmen. Food's nice. Necros cheats too. Oh, fuck. I didn't realize that, man. Didn't this guy used to fucking stream thing? Trash can, were you just level 6 with all the fucking camos? Did I see that right? Did I just see that correctly in the kill cam? Is that physically possible? I think there might be a bug with spectating high key, bro. Let's get this shit going, bro. Trying to see the craziest hacker. Yeah, here we go.
At the end of the day, Marvel Rivals is a team game. But I got to a point where I was sick of hearing that. And I wanted to find the best ways to give myself the best chance to win. And in this episode of Shotty's Yap Session, we're going to talk about how you can take control of your matches together. And if you guys are new here, this is the series where I yap about a topic, and you turn me on in the background while you do something else. Or, if you really want to, you can watch the mid-gameplay. Let's get right into it. Now, the first one I implemented, because it was the easiest one for me to implement, was learning when to die and learning how not to die. And I know that sounds self-explanatory, but when I played, especially when I played like DPS, Punisher was one of the big ones, I would always find myself dying. Even when we lost the team fight, I watched better players than me, and I'd see that even if they lost a team fight, sometimes they still get away, sometimes they still live, sometimes they get back to spawn, or they just put themselves in positions where they could get away much easier than I did. I usually end up playing near the tank or with the team, and it would just get me killed. And every single game I started going into, I started thinking about, where's my exits? Where can I play? Where can they come at me from? Because I think that when we play, we always we're just autopilot. Most people, when I see them play, they all play like they're a tank. They all push up, they're just rushing the enemy, doing damage, fighting, and playing as if we have infinite health. Compared to, let's say, okay, there's a health pack behind me, I can play on this angle because I can jump back and get to the health pack. But on top of not putting yourself in good positions to live, I've seen people fight when 3 people are dead already. There's some fights that you just have to learn to accept that it's over, you know? Now, I don't mean don't take the shots, you know? I've told people that all those clips you'll see on YouTube and TikTok and all that, they're all the person that said, you know what, I'm gonna fight anyways. And they went for it. You miss every shot you don't take, right? But there are times that two of your teammates are already respawned and you're still fighting. At that point you're good. Because by the time you die and then respawn, especially in solo queue, your team would have already been fighting again without you. And if you're trying to give yourself the best chance to win, you have to play around the enemy team being the best players ever and your team not knowing how to play the game at all. So if you see your team already die, give up. Lose the fight. Or play near the fight in a safe position that you can still get out of and get a pick, so that whenever your team respawns and goes rushing right back in instead of thinking, you gave them an advantage, right? And this goes for tanks, this goes for everyone except for maybe supports, because unless you're like Adam Warlock or Cloak and Dagger maybe, you're not killing anybody. Luna Snow can kill too, but a lot of the supports do a lot of damage, but they're harder to hit. And if you die, it's much more valuable than a tank or a DPS die. If one of us die, it's like, we can still win the fight without us. If you die, the fight's over. You guys are more valuable than everyone else, so you have to, your job is never die. Basically take this tip and turn it into, I never die no matter what. Don't turn that into, I'm going to disengage every fight and let my team die even before the fight's lost. Because I see a lot of support players, they just give up on the fight. They've already left before 3 people are dead. Because they're just like, well, guys, we lost, it's over, and they throw the game. And I understand, it's like, okay, well, I don't want to get picked. I gotta be a KD warrior. But I've seen people throw tons of fights because they disengaged too early. It's better to just die with your team than disengage before it's over. Because if you disengage before it's over, you guarantee the loss. If you fight until it's over, at least you gave your team the best chance of winning. Now, speaking of giving your team the best chance of winning, the second tip is changing characters. There's so many times where, in solo queue, just me playing hero roulette has won us the game. Especially characters like Moon Knight. I'll go from Hela, and then I'll be facing, like, let's say, a Groot and, I don't know, a Thing or something like that. And I switch to Moon Knight because I know it's free ult charge, and then I destroy them. I completely win off of that, purely because I took the time to switch characters. Now, some examples are, if you're a tank, if they have a dive comp, play Thing. If your team is dying too much, play Magneto. If your team isn't doing enough damage, play Doctor Strange. If you have a Spider-Man that's throwing, play Venom to try and help him. If your team's playing Dive, play Dive. Things like that. Now, each game is their own, so it's hard to give full generalizations, but that generalization is pretty good for most games. Now, for DPS, there's way too many characters to just give a generalization, but if you're missing frontline damage, a character like Punisher will do really well. Or even Moon Knight. Or if the backline is never touched and you guys can't seem to break through, play a dive character or play someone like Star-Lord that can get through the enemy team without dying. And reposition without dying. You have to be constantly changing in solo queue because your teammates won't. Most of the time they won't even do 2 healers, 2 tank or anything. They'll just do 7 DPS. So there's no chance they're going to switch comps based on what you need. So you be the one that does it. There's so many games I've won by just switching to Moon Knight because he does so much damage and he'll carry the DPS role if you put your damage properly into the enemy team. Which is another point we can talk on a little bit. It has to be its own video because there's so much to talk about how to really do damage. But too many Moon Knights just keep shooting the tank. And too many Moon Knights are too scared to shoot the tank. It's very much a balance that you have to get. Sometimes shooting the tank is exactly what you need to do. If you shoot the tank, you get half of his health down. His healers have to heal bot him. And then your dive DPS can actually get a kill on somebody else. And the same thing is true for if you're doing damage to the backline. If you're doing damage to the backline, then your team can finally kill the tanks. And you have to be able to identify, okay, well, this tank has never died. He's always at full health, so I have to pressure the healers. Or you say, every time I do damage to this tank, he gets pretty low before he gets healed. Maybe I can kill him. Maybe I should put my unk down and do a combo on him. Now, speaking of combos, near the end of this video, I'm going to give you guys one of the best tips I learned to solo climb, and it works for any role. But before we get to that, the next tip is, listen, nobody likes VOD review. I know, okay? There's a very, small amount of people that want to improve in the game and want to VOD review. So, I don't VOD review. I don't like VOD review because it's boring. I mean, it's funny that a coach says it because I've been coaching now. I've coached probably 130 people now. And all I do is VOD review. But I don't like doing it for my own games. I find it more time efficient to play the game more and do this one thing that I do. And that one thing is, every death I get, I sit there and during the respawn time, I do two things. One of them is I take note of the enemy's ultimate charge. Because if you didn't know, in the kill cam, it shows you how much ult they have. And the other thing is, I sit there and think what I did wrong and how I could have played that differently. Now, sometimes it's a simple ability usage you should have saved. Or maybe you should have used a movement ability to reposition. And sometimes it's just, why was I up there? But every game you play, in that little bit of time you have between deaths, you got nothing better to do. So you might as well think about, what did I do wrong? How do I fix it? And how can I improve for the next fight? And you'll also learn that a lot of enemies have the same habits that they keep doing. Let's say Moon Knight seems to always dump his whole load on his on the Rocket Raccoon over and over. So you fish and you wait to see him go and do that, and you punish him for it, right? And pay attention to what the enemies do will save you tons in this game. Because most players, unless you're really high ranked, they usually don't switch it up. They have one set thing that works for them, and they keep playing like that and try to rank up. That's natural. I mean, I do it a ton, everyone does it a ton. But you want to be able to take note of it, learn your enemy's habits, and punish it. And learn what your habits are. Well, why do I keep going in? Every time I fight this Moon Knight, I seem to just use my movement ability to engage with him. Why don't I just wait for his ult to go down and break it? And little stuff like that stacks up really quickly in this game. Because you only need to win a few team fights to win the game. Unless the enemy team's just staggering the whole time, then it's a little different. Now, before we get to my top 3 tips, I think this is a good point to have the middle of the app. And if you guys are new here, this is the point in the video where I usually talk to the audience. And if you want to, you can skip right past it. I always leave a timestamp for it. Now, if you guys haven't been watching some of my older videos, recently, in January, my grandmother passed away, and I was living with her. And, oh my god, bro, life has been hell. As you see, I haven't uploaded in like a week now. But yeah, no, life has been completely hell on earth. The house I was living in with her, I moved out, I'm living with my dad now, and bro, my room is a 1x1 box. we had to play Jenga to stack everything up, but I'm figuring it out. I'm trying to figure out how to work again, you know? A new place, everything changed, everything messed up. It's hard to work, you know? It's hard to get back in that flow. But I've been making out alright, and hopefully this video does well, because oh my god, I've been getting like 10 views a day the past week, since I haven't uploaded any. But yeah, it's been something. I also completely closed my coaching for a while too. Speaking of that, if you want my coaching, there's 2 links in the description. One of them is for an entire free month of coaching for Marvel Rivals, which is, I mean, how could you be free for a month? And then there's also my private one-on-one coaching, so you guys can check that out. If you guys want to join my Discord server, I'm much more active in there talking about stuff and giving out updates and sneak peeks on videos and everything like that. But I just wanted to let you guys know I love you guys, and I hope you enjoy the video. Let's get back to it. Now, for the 4th tip, learning to force space. Now, there's a few ways you can do this. As a tank, you kind of just push. You do damage, and when I say push, a lot of people just Oh boy, hold W. Please, God, don't do that. You need to use cover while you push. You need to push up with a brain, you know? If there's cover, use it. If there's a lot of damage coming out, hide behind the wall. A lot of better tanks pretty much use their shield as a second health bar, if you have a shield. If you don't have a shield, you really have to play cover. But if you're Magneto, if you're Strange, use cover and use your shield as a second health bar. And start taking space. You don't even really need to do damage in this game. A lot of people will run away just because you're pushing up. They'll be full health, and you'll be even low sometimes, and people will be like, oh God, no, he's coming, run away. And it works. So take advantage of that, and just hold W for your team. Now, I'm not saying go into their spawn, right? But on especially King of the Hill maps, bro, all the King of the Hill maps, so many people will sit there and sit on point and let the enemy team walk 90% of the way to point from spawn and then fight them there. Do you realize that you're letting them walk 90% of the way to the point for free? Full health, no damage taken, no nothing. You cannot stand on the point, right? If it's almost at 99 and you want to make it cap faster, fine. But there's no good reason to stand on the point except for that. All you're doing is making it easy for the enemy team. You have to push up. You have to take the space. How do you know how much space to take? One way is you can watch better players. If you don't, then just try it. Push up and lose. Now, one thing I've heard, especially from coaching people, around like all the people I've coached around like Diamond, they made it to Diamond by people pleasing almost. They're good tanks, and they tell me stories about how, oh yeah, I used to be super aggressive, but every time I played, everyone would tell me just back up, and then we just sit on point and wait. Because every time I coach them, I'm watching them like, why are we sitting here? It's like, oh yeah, I used to push up, but people told me not to. That's something that's going to happen. And if you're solo queue, you got to just cry about it and deal with it. But keep in your head that you should be adaptable. If your team doesn't want to push, you can't push. So play closer to your team, play around them. But don't just let that shape your gameplay. Be able to still push up, be able to still rush, be able to still take space and force space. And even when your team's scared to push up a little bit then, right? Force some space. Because at least if they're hiding on point and you're a little bit off point, that's still more space than they were going to take. Now, for DPS players, to force space, you need to play off angles. You have to play places that can force you to get a kill or do damage. Now, a lot of people, when I say that, is like, oh, well, I don't play Star-Lord, I don't play Black Panther, I don't play this, I don't play that. Doesn't matter. Almost every single DPS in this game, I would say every single one, but I don't know. Maybe there's something that someone will comment and be like, well, actually, this one can't flank or can't play off angles. But I'm pretty sure everyone can. But when I say off angles, I don't mean, oh boy, let me go in the back line and sit behind them and snipe them. No. Play high ground, play low ground, play in a room to the right of them or the left of them. Just don't play where your tank is. Basic. Play a little to the side of your tank. Just so the enemy team has to look around. Just so it makes it a little bit harder for them to play, fight, and win. You just don't want to make it so that they can do whatever they want for free. And a lot of the time, especially, maybe I'll use the gameplay. If you guys don't know, I basically reuse a lot of my gameplay footage because I haven't had time to play. Like I said earlier, if you watched the middle of the app session, my grandmother passed away, so I stopped playing the game as much because I had to move, I had to go do the funeral stuff, I had to do this, do that, so it was a lot. But I basically have been reusing the exact same gameplay from like Season 0. But in the gameplay, one of them has me chasing Rocket Raccoon, and he's just running the whole time, but that whole time I didn't kill him for ages, but he didn't heal his team. And then you'll see the whole enemy team dies because I was keeping him from killing his team. And stuff like that. Yes, I was Star-Lord in that clip, so it's a little different. But let's say I'm Hela. I'm sitting on high ground, headshotting him, or body shotting him over and over again so that he has to dash, heal himself, come back out. Dash, heal himself, come back out. And during that time, it gives my team a chance to do something. Compared to if I don't do that, if I just keep shooting the tank, nobody dies. Nothing happens. So you have to think about damage not as getting kills, but getting people off of angles, or irritating people so that they focus you, or anything to get them to stop looking at your team. Get them to look at you, get them to look around, get them to be afraid. Just like Psylocke. If you shoot someone and then you go invisible, everyone's sweating. They're like, oh my god, she was just here, where is she? Oh no, she's gonna kill me. And if you ask any strategist player, oh my god, bro, after you've died to a Psylocke 3 times or twice or anything, every time you hear that invisibility, you're sweating. You're looking around like, guys, Psylocke's behind us. Guys, even if she's not even near you, but you're sweating, looking around. Guys, guys, Psylocke, and you end up not healing your team purely off of the fear of her being there. And that's what you want to do as a DPS. You want to put that fear in them. And then for supports, how to force space, you got two options. Cry in the corner, or play a support that can do damage. Mantis is a great one. Adam Warlock is a great one. Preferably cooldown healers. The issue with cooldown healers is they're just not as good into high DPS team comps. Like if the enemy team does a lot of burst damage really fast, a Mantis is throwing, because Mantis just can't keep up with that healing. But prioritize number one, don't die, and keep the people that are taking space alive. Because if you're not Adam Warlock, if you're not somebody that can just passively heal and do a ton of damage, you're going to throw. Because it's almost always better to keep everyone else alive rather than doing DPS, because most characters do more damage than you. Even Adam Warlock, he's like the Hela of healers. Hela does more damage. It's better for him to just heal Hela than DPS. Now, he's a bad example, obviously, because he can DPS and heal, but you get what I'm saying. It's almost always better to keep your teammates alive because your teammates do more damage, pretty much. And you're the most important person on the team. If you look at any target priority guide, except for mine because mine's better, they all say, healer's number one. Everyone kill the healer. Why do you think that is? Because you guys are more important than everyone else. You guys are the ones that decide the game. There is very little passive healing in this game. There's like standing on point, you get passive healing, and that's it. So without that, we're doomed. We need you. So prioritize that over everything. Now, for the fifth tip, forcing ult combos. Your teammates, guaranteed at least one of them will be dumb. 100%. It's a true fact. It's just the way solo queue goes. One person will be dumb. So, manage their cooldowns for them. You see their ultimate's almost up. Let's say you're Moon Knight and you have a Groot and who almost has his ult. Save yours for a few more seconds and try to combo. Let's say you're Namor and Luna Snow popped her ult. Try to save yours for when she switches to damage boost, right? Things like that, because they're not going to combo with you. If they do, you got blessed by matchmaking, right? Most people do not know how to play this game, especially if you're below like Grandmaster. Most people are spoon-fed. They're like, me no play. So play for them. Manage their ultimates. Save yours. Let's say, I keep using Moon Knight as an example because he's a great example for it, for a lot of it, and that's why I love playing him for solo queue. But I'd find out how good is my group player. He would get his ultimate once after I get 3. So I would pop my first 2 off cooldown, make space with it, zone off the enemy team with it, then save that 3rd one for him. Some games, I'll get a group who is just as fast as me. He's insane, he's doing tons of damage, so then I'll just sit on my first one instead. But you need to be looking at that, you need to be thinking about those things. And even as a support, you have to sometimes think for your teammate support. Let's say you have your Luna Snow and their Mantis. Every time they hear anything happen, they insta-pop ult, so bet on that. If you know you both have the same ult at the same time, wait for them to use theirs. Now, this isn't like, oh, guaranteed, this is definitely going to work, because sometimes they might be stupid, they might just save it. But learn what your teammates do. If they insta-pop their ult, you save yours. Because I can't tell you how many games have just been purely lost off of both supports pop their healer ult at the exact same time. As soon as they do that, it's over. The game's usually lost after that, because if the enemy team's good, they just outcycle you. They just completely outcycle you. So manage the enemy team. And now, for the last 2 tips. The first one, aim training. I cannot tell you how important practicing your aim is to solo carry. Even if you're a melee character, get some basic aim practice in. Now, if you guys want a full aim training guide or an aim guide for Marvel Rivals, leave a comment down below or subscribe so you'll be notified when I put it out. But you need to practice. I can't tell you how much I have solo carried because I've gotten 60 kills as Hela, 70 kills as Hela. You need to be able to aim. Even if you're, let's say, Luna Snow, right? Luna Snow needs aim. Let's say you're Cloak and Dagger. She still needs some aim. You still need to aim a little bit. So don't neglect it. And I've done aim coaching for a long time now, which you can also get my aim coaching in the description. But in my aim coaching, I had a lot of people that would join it. It was their first time ever playing mouse and keyboard. In about a month of coaching, they were all better than most players. It's very easy to get better aim than 90% of people if you have guided help, or if you just do basic practice, because most people don't practice at all. Look at the bronze community of this game. Do you think they even know where head level is? Come on, let's be so real. But really basic practice, and if you want some basic practice, I have a practice range routine on my channel, so check that out. But if you want the best tip I can give you, check out this video that's 44 minutes of pure knowledge to make yourself so good that your team doesn't even matter anymore. I love you guys. Have a good one. God bless you.
Hey guys, Q here. I'm currently Celestial on 2 accounts, all pretty much done solo queues. So I feel like I have a good idea of what the solo queue experience is like.
Hey, Punisher, break your wall, swap immediately. I'm gonna fucking end it all, bro. Never mind, the game's over, bro. So, I want you to know this is a good time to look in the mirror and realize that you're not a Spider-Man one trick, and you better learn another fucking champion, dude, because if through this game, and you're fucking reported.
In this video, I'll be going over the 9 best solo carry heroes to get you from wherever you are all the way up to Celestial or top 500. This list will have 3 tanks, 3 DPS, 3 heals, and 1 bonus hero at the end. But there's a reason why I put them as a bonus instead of making this a top 10 list. Even if you don't play a specific role, let's say you only play DPS and heals, I would still recommend watching the whole video because learning about roles that you don't play help with your game knowledge and also help you predict what the enemy players are going to do or at least what they're thinking about. Let's start off this list with Magneto. Mag, I think, is the best solo tank in this game. I mean, his abilities allow him to live in so many situations that other tanks would absolutely just get smoked. You have your bubble to use when your teammates are diving in to harass the enemy team's backline, or when your own team's backline is getting touched by, let's say, for example, a Black Panther. Your bubble can be the difference between your teammate living or dying. If the enemy team has a Cloak, Luna, or Punisher, holding your ult till they pop their ults to try and kill them is usually the best way to use your ult. But, I mean, if your balls are feeling heavy and you feel like just letting one out, then I guess you can. But try to get at least 1 kill so that you're just not completely wasting it. Using your left click, right click, left click combo is also a really good way to put out a lot of damage very quickly. The biggest mistake that I usually see mag players make the most is that they just shoot the enemy tanks constantly, which is really not what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be shooting the backline and poking the backline until you see an opening and you can confirm the kill pretty much. Another also big mistake that I see is mag players just waste their abilities, like they just throw out their cooldowns just for the heck of using them. But you kind of have to realize having that shield or bubble can be the difference between you living or dying. So, I mean, your positioning is extremely important, and not wasting your abilities is also very important on Magneto. Next up, we have Bucky. This hero is genuinely broken. Like, this is probably the only hero that can 1v9 in this game. Every time you use your abilities, you get shield. His ult is extremely strong, especially in lower ranks. You kind of don't want to be flanking on him though, because he has low mobility. But you want to be trying to hook as often as possible. So even if you can't kill the hook enemy alone, you have your team to follow up with you. I don't really think I need to explain more about this hero specifically, other than to make sure that you're landing your shots and you're not just spamming for the heck of spamming and missing everything. Alright, Loki, in my opinion, is the most broken hero in this game. Having that green land thing to become immortal, you can teleport or go invisible. Usually if you're dying first on your team as this hero, then it's because of bad decision making. Because if you play perfectly, this hero is almost unkillable. The reason I think a lot of support players don't play him is because he's probably the most difficult support to play well. But if you're able to put enough time into learning his kit, you can absolutely hard carry a lot of games. But you kind of have to use your brain instead of just sitting at the back line of your team and spamming M1 like you do with Cloak or Rocket. That's not to say those two characters are just brainless, but they're way easier than playing Loki. That's for sure. I also do want to let you know that most of the time copying anything other than a defensive support ult is usually troll, unless you're 100% sure you can kill the enemy team by copying the DPS, so just keep that in mind. Our next tank we have is Strange. I mean, the burst damage from E can catch enemies off guard a lot of times. I've seen many people just abuse Strange all the way up to Celestial because of how strong he is. His TP is insane. I mean, TPing the point at the beginning of like a domination map or when overtime is going on to help your team get to the point quicker can sometimes be the difference between winning or losing the team fight. His ult is insane, especially because the enemy team in low ELO is not going to be able to predict when you're using it. His shield is obviously very good as well. All these things just make Strange like the complete package. And he's just insanely good in every rank. For the next DPS, we have Star-Lord. This hero is crazy right now. You shouldn't really be with your team, but kind of be shooting the enemy team at an off angle. And then when you see an opening, you kind of go in for the kill. That's pretty much how you play this hero. Obviously, you should be trying to stay alive as much as possible and farming ult, because his ult is one of the strongest DPS ults in the game. Using your E to farm ult when enemies are grouped together, and popping the ult when the enemy team doesn't have support ults. So keeping track of enemy support ults is also very important for this hero. For the second healer in this list, we have Luna. The amount of heals you can give your team with this hero is just insane, as long as your aim is okay. The biggest mistakes that I see with people playing this hero is that they just use their freeze and their clap just for the heck of using it, which is really, really bad, because as Luna, those two abilities can be the difference between you living and dying in most of the situations. And as a support player, the biggest thing you should keep in mind is that the enemy team's priority is to pin you up against the corner and rail you. That's what their goal is. So your goal should be to just survive as long as possible and not be caught out in a bad position. And even if you are caught out in a bad position, you have your freeze and your clap to escape. Make sure to use those abilities in a smart way. Next up, we have Thor. Thor is almost played like another DPS and can hard carry in a lot of situations. With this hero, you usually want to be pressuring tanks, and then when you see an opening, you go in for the backline. His ability where you throw out the lightning bolts does so much damage really quickly, so you truly can hard carry with this hero. The biggest problem that I think with Thor is that playing him solo tank is extremely difficult. It's almost unplayable if the enemy team is kind of decent. Also, one thing that I've seen a lot of Thor players struggle against is Bucky. They just absolutely get dominated by Bucky. I mean, he can just hook you and toss you around like a pocket pussy. It really is extremely difficult to play Thor into Bucky. And Bucky being extremely strong right now, you'll see him in a lot of games. So just keep in mind that he can hook you at any time, and be aware of your position and his position. For the third DPS on this list, we have Namor. This hero is also broken, and I have no idea how he went through the patch without getting nerfed. One important thing with this character is obviously you do usually want a Luna to make a huge impact. I mean, if you don't have a Luna, it's not that he's not good, he's still pretty good. But with a Luna, this character just goes from being good to broken, pretty much. You want to be flanking very often with this hero. Put 2 turrets down, left click, right click, and that's pretty much it.
Get the focus up. I can't lie. You only wins tonight.
Uh-oh. That was just a one. I think someone must have been lying. There's no way that actually is a game.
True. Seems to put the prize in the bag. Crazy performance. Oh, Tony Balbo, he's that broken.
Tony Man is actually
Tony Balbo, he's banned and now.
That's kind of hype, actually.
It's a Thanos lineup.
I have one seer. What that is?
You're gonna die. I'll put on to their Captain America. Oh.
When I'm looking for support, but I can't find yours.
Oh, what did he say? I didn't hear. Ah, true. He'll find Luminous.
He sent it in his eyes.
Yeah, okay, Warlock. Unsustainable. Health one shot.
Do not fight this. Do not fight this.
Groove in his house.
As soon as I see a singular blow down, I'm like,
I'm just gonna beat Knight's ass up here in the corner. Oh, hey, Wolverine, he missed his hook. Wait, Wolverine, he's so fast. He's on his own. Oh, I beat Wolverine's ass. Oh, what's for 1-2? Look me heal out of Warlock. I'm defending you out of Warlock. So I can go teleport, go dash. Oh. Oh, I should have like cap stall to be honest. If it's like a 6 kills, get the band sidewalk every game. I know, I'm telling you, we don't have to, I'm telling you. Just ban Johnny, ban Psylocke, leave Iron Fist open. I can put an Iron Fist. Yes, I can Iron Fist up. I can't Psylocke up though, she's broken. No. There's the chicken, girl up, there, eat her ass. Now.
if we're just split up permanently.
Don't scare, kill her, man, I don't want it to be. Just one, gotta kill her, man. Tickle tap her, Brad. Oh, damn. I'm looking for a big flank in the back. Big flank, big flank, big flank. Look at Thor, look at Thor, look at Thor. Look at Thor. Copy bit, yeah, Thor. Oh, Wolverine and Sonic are on me. Fight, fight. No! Whoa, 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 whoa. Wolf is one, Wolf is one. Okay, well, it's one of his then. It's one of his. Go, okay, go over. Wolverine one, Wolverine one. Oh, God, they're all one in the back. Dude, they're all one. Oh, this guy's playing Wolverine. He's IGL right now, I didn't realize that. Go back up. Oh, this guy's IGL, actually. Yo, look at that. Hey, forward. Dude, you're IGL right now. I think they actually... What? Yeah, go for it.
This is why you should never challenge your coach. Because when all the students of this academy decided to race him, he said yes, but still gave everyone a head start. Otherwise, it would have been way too easy. So after 8 long seconds, everyone was already way ahead, and some of them had even passed the halfway line. But this was not an issue for him, and he was about to teach them all why he's the coach. Since when he started, everyone noticed he was only doing the breaststroke, which was not even his quickest swimming form. But still, he was destroying everyone one by one, except when it came to this kid who was way ahead. And even though he tried his hardest, the kid still won. But could you do it too? This is why you should never challenge your coach. Because when all the students of this academy decide...
Select one. Go, break it. That thing got ripped, bro. Come back. Bro, that thing got destroyed, decimated. Rocket Raccoon is bad.
That guy got owned by Kevin like 4 times, 3 times in a row, switches him off.
Then he got owned 4 times like Groot, then Salt the Thor and got owned again. That was like... Cap, you like going crazy in the back? Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like it's like over each show. I can take it off and out. They know. But he's a bull. He should know.
Okay, today I'm on Marvel Rivals to talk about a problem that a large proportion of players have. I'm talking about rank. But not just any rank, specifically solo queue. Recently, a lot of people have hit me up, like, pick and roll. Oh my god, my teammates suck. I'm solo queuing, and I'm hard stuck at so-and-so rank. What can I do to fix this? And for those of you that are new, I'm no stranger to the solo queue grind. This season, I solo queued my way all the way up to around Celestial, like midway through Celestial, to which I then duo queued to one above all. And best believe, along the way, I definitely saw my fair share of, let's just say, dog shit teams. Oh my days. Some players definitely don't deserve the rank they're at, and those are the teammates that you get in your solo queue lines. But I do have some tips I want to share with you guys today that will definitely help you with your solo queue grind. And it's not just standard tips like, ooh, get better, worry about positioning. These are tips that you can actually implement and you will see change your gameplay. So, if anything I say at all today helps you, you will have to subscribe. And if you don't like the video while you're at it, I'm gonna find you. Okay, the very first tip I have is something I know barely any of you have heard before. And is to pick a character with a lot of solo carry potential. What this means is you pick a character that can do a lot of work completely on their own. That means mobility, that means defending themselves, and that means doing a lot of damage. What this does is it makes you rely on your team a lot less. You want your tanks to feel for you less, and you want your strategists to have to look at you less, and you also want your duelists to protect you less. Now what you're thinking, pick and roll, why would I want my team to not help me? That doesn't make any sense. We're in solo queue. You have to assume that your team is absolutely terrible at all times, which you probably already do. You're not slick. I already know you do that. When you pick a character with a lot of solo carry potential, you automatically rely on your team a lot less because you don't need them as often as you would if you picked a character that can't do a lot of things on their own. Now I'm going to go into a few examples. Let's do one for each role, starting with Vanguards. Doctor Strange, tons of solo carry potential. He has a shield he can throw up right in front of himself. He can fly. His teleport literally wins matches. And he has a ton of burst damage due to his like dark magic thing that's going on. Look at Doctor Strange for someone like Groot. Almost no solo carry potential. He has his walls protection, and that's about it. And those even take a while to throw out. His little seed bomb does okay damage, but Groot overall is very, very slow. This means you're going to be taking a lot more damage than with someone like Doctor Strange, which means your healers are going to be constantly looking at you to keep you up, because that's the only way you're going to live. And that just makes it stressful for them, and your team's ultimately going to do less because you're on Groot. You're going to do this. Lots of good options here. I went with Magic because she has 2 dashes. She can do a lot of damage on her own. She has her projectile for a little bit of range, but the best part about magic is she actually gets bonus health when she does damage. This means I don't need as much healing as everyone else, because I can get my own health. Look at magic for someone like Moon Knight. Moon Knight requires really good positioning, and if you don't have that, you're going to be getting victimized the whole time. People are going to be diving you because you can almost do nothing to protect and shove close range. This means you're going to have other people protecting you a lot. Your vanguards are going to have to play in front of you, and your healers are going to have to constantly worry about you getting jumped, and they have to heal you and keep you up. Less of a good option, but you can still land. Now if we look at strategists, Adam Warlock, not really any solo carry potential. Like, you're going to be getting jumped the whole match, and I mean jumped, like violently. Adam Warlock has no mobility at all. If you see an Adam Warlock, that's where he's going to be in the next 5 seconds. Like, you can get this dude out of here at any time. It's really sad. Maybe don't pick Adam Warlock. If you want a character with good solo carry potential on your strategist, look at Loki. This dude's a menace, especially this season. His rune is just invincibility. His clones, he can just swap between at any time. And on top of all that, he can just go invisible if he really feels like it. This dude is going to take a lot of attention to kill. So that means you can do a lot more on your own. Not to mention, if you line his 3 clones up, he has really good damage. Moving on to the second tip. Learn to play one character on each role. You cannot just play one role all the way up to whatever rank you want, because you're going to need to swap roles at some point. And if you can't play a character on every role, you might end up cooked, let me tell you. I've seen this so much on my way to Wonderful Ball. You'll have a team comp, somebody will start doing bad, you'll be like, hey man, can you play me the role? And they will literally tell you with a straight face, no. Dude, you were in Grandmaster. What do you mean, no, you can't play another role? That is insane to me. Especially this season, where comps are the most diverse they've ever been. 2-2-2 is the standard comp, 2 vanguards, 2 duelists, 2 strategists. But this season we've seen 3 strategists, 1 DPS, 2 tanks. We've seen 3 tanks, 1 duelist, 2 strategists. We've seen the 3 duelists, 1 vanguard, 2 strategists. I mean, there are just so many ways to go. You need to be able to fill in whatever role your team needs. That means if you know you are a one role trick type of guy, you need to start playing some quick match and learning new characters. There's not one specific role you should be playing. There might be a role that you're the best at and, may win you more games than others, but sometimes being mid at another role gives your team a better chance of winning than you forcing the role that you're the best at. That's why it's better to learn to play at least one character on every single role. And if you get the chance to play the role that you're the best at, of course, play it. Why not? But don't force it in a game where you're clearly losing because of it. Pick up a brand new strategist you've never tried before. Try a brand new vanguard, because I know you insta-lock duelist, alright? You're not slick, okay? I know what you are. I'm looking at you right now. I'm looking at you in the eyes. Stop insta-locking, okay? Start filling, and you will start doing better. And the third and most important tip, drop the victim mentality. Everybody who solo queues at low ELO has the same exact mindset. They all think that their teammates are the problem and they're the fastest ones to blame each other. You need to stop blaming your teammates purely off of stats. And you need to stop saying that you're carrying just off of stats. Because you could have 30 elims. If you only have 7 final blows, your elims don't mean anything. You were just leeching kill credit. You didn't really get any picks as a duelist. If you were playing Vanguard, if you have 80,000 damage block and only got 12,000 damage, you weren't protecting anything. You were just taking a lot of damage. You need to start thinking about the game outside of the stat sheet. That means in each individual team fight, think about what you need to do to win. Okay? And that doesn't mean, oh, I need to get this kill to win. Like, duh. Obviously, you need to think. High priority targets. Get on their supports at all times. Whether you're a Vanguard, whether you're a duelist, and if you're a strategist, it's a little bit different because you're not going for kills. You need to worry about who's important to keep up, okay? All your teammates are not equal. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you that. If your other strategist friend is getting jumped, alright, you need to start healing them immediately, because if they go down, you're going to start stressing, okay? You're going to be the one struggling, you're going to be screaming as you get solo ulted. That's going to be bad. The stat sheet also doesn't show your ult management. Who uses what ult when, what ult saved you a team fight, what ults lost you a team fight. Let's say you're playing Star-Lord and you have 45 elims and barely any final blows, and you popped your ult like 6 times, and each time you popped it, it was countered by a support ult. Your ult could have won you multiple team fights that would have led to you winning the game. It's not going to be easy at first, okay? But you need to drop the victim mentality and start realizing you can do better, no matter what. I don't care if you just got SVP. You probably could have been playing better. Your positioning might have been off. You might have gotten first picked in literal match point overtime. That means you sold, but it doesn't matter what the stat sheet looked like. You sold the very last team fight. That's why your team lost. Like that. That's all there is to it. It's as simple as that. So even if you carry one game, you gotta carry the next, and the next, and the next. Because if you're not doing the most you possibly can do, sorry, I'm not gonna cut that out. If you're not doing the most you can possibly do, you're probably not gonna win the game. Now, I'm confident everybody found at least one thing to help them, so I'm gonna end the video here. Sorry it's a little bit short, but I've been getting a ton of messages about solo queue, and I figured I just wanted to come on here and just throw out a few tips to help you guys out. If you guys like the content, or you really did find this video helpful, subscribe, then like the video. Appreciate it. And yeah. Oh, I forgot. I want to announce what my next video is going to be because it is crazy. I'm going to be starting a series where I actually solo queue from bronze to eternity, and you guys are going to see me go through every single rank solo queuing. So if you really do want to see that, again, subscribe, and I will see you guys in that specific video, actually.
So, in the last video, I spoke about some of the pains I have with solo queue, which, by the way, I had no idea Lunazar couldn't count the Scarlets, which was... In today's video, I'm taking those frustrations and thinking of ways we can make our solo queue experience more successful. Shout out to the main man, Domolad771, for suggesting this video. No cappuccino. Solo queuing in Marvel Rivals is actually an emotional roller coaster. You load in feeling good, vibe and thinking, today's the day I climb. And then 5 minutes later, you're questioning your life choices. But don't worry, fam. I got you. Here are 6 tips to help you survive the ranked solo queue journey without breaking your mana or your sanity. Buckle up. Tip number 1. Stop giving up. Nah, bro. Don't hit me up with the AFK 5 when there's still half around left. You'd be surprised how many games can actually flip off one good ult. Here's the thing, man. Marvel Rivals is one of those games where there are big momentum swings. You can be getting rolled for 90% of the match, but then your Iron Man drops the cleanest ult of his whole life, and suddenly their whole team is wiped. Halo to Gucci, and we're on the comeback. It's cinematic vibes, bro. The last minute plot armor is real. So stop mentally checking out because you're down bad. It really isn't over till it's over. Till the end game. Tip number 2, pick for the team. I know you want to love Spider-Man every game, you're different and you're him. But my friend, sometimes you need to be the glue. If the team is 4 DPS deep and you lock another, congrats. You just do the lobby. I'm not saying play support every game. I'm just saying the Celestial Plus players, yeah, they flex. Here's the thing about solo queue. Half your games are actually lost in the character select screen. Sometimes you gotta be the bigger person. Broski, playing support low-key makes you the main character. You decide who lives or dies. Moving on to tip number 3. Don't chase kills. We all do this. 1 HP enemy, you're sprinting like it's the Olympics. Next thing you know, their entire squad spawns and third parties you into another dimension, bro. That's how you lose. Chasing kills instead of playing the point. You run off chasing that Hulk, and meanwhile, the entire enemy squad just casually takes the objective behind you. Now your team's flaming, and honestly, you kind of deserve it. Remember, you can have all the kills in the world, but if you get that L, it's still an L. Kills look good on the scoreboard, but zone control wins games. The amount of times we get carried away by chasing a kill and not focusing on the objective is actually mad. Learn to disengage. If they're running, let them run. If you're not flipping the point or contested, you're just adding stats, bro. This is the most underrated tip. Dying late is worse than dying early. Your team gets wiped, but you're the last one to fall. Congratulations. You just staggered the respawn timer and ruined your whole family tree. Now your team's stuck waiting 15 extra seconds because you just wanted to clutch a 1v5. My friend, you're not the main character, but hopefully one day you will be, bro. Sometimes you just gotta say, now this ain't it, and live to fight the next fight instead of feeding the auto charges. Moving on to tip number 5. Stop relying on your team. I know what you're thinking, Kish, why shouldn't I rely on my team? Nah, bro. Relying on randoms to heal you in solo queue is like trusting Raccoon with a credit card. It's not gonna end well. But look, and the thing... I'm so sorry guys, I really need to stop. The thing you need to remember is that. This is solo queue. Just assume you're not getting any heals. You gotta learn the health pack rotation. Play around those spawns. You're taking some chip damage, don't even bother crying for heals. Rotate, grab a pack, and get back into the fight like a menace. Knowing where those health packs are literally can save your life. Actually, let me give you a bonus tip, because why not? Use chat, but like, to hype people up, not to flame. Alright, hear me out. Chat isn't always for calling your teammates bots, even if they're playing back here. Sometimes dropping a nice pick or good heals in the chat low-key turns the whole vibe around. Get your teammates on the same side as you. I know it's ironic, but it's true. Solo queue is a mental game, fam. Half of the lobby's one death away from tilting off the planet. But seriously, you gas up that one teammate for doing some mental play, suddenly bro's locked in, cooking and ready to carry. Even a simple, we got this, or like a group up for the next fight, keeps everyone from mentally checking out. Trust. That's how you turn randoms into actual teammates. Finally stop them from bro. Moving on to the last tip of the video, use a ping wheel, but don't be that guy. Listen, the ping wheel, kinda underrated if you use it like a normal human being and not like a spam bot having a meltdown. Bro, spamming group up 18 times in spawn isn't gonna help anyone. All you're doing is making your teammates mute you, and now nobody's listening to you when you actually want to ping something important. Use it smart. Ping targets when they're low. Ping health packs for your teammates. It's literally free communication without having to hear someone breathe down their 2010 Xbox line. Low key, good pings actually make a massive difference. You hit that right when their Iron Man's overextending, boom, their team collapses, free pick. But the second you start spamming it, yeah, you know, you're just a lobby clown. Don't be that guy. Alright, that's the solo queue survival guide. But honestly, ranked is a bit of a mess. But when it clicks, when the team somehow plays together, hits their shots, clutch that overtime, man, it kind of does feel fire. So yeah, don't stress on the bad games too much. Keep vibing, learn from those L's, and when you pop off, clip it, tag me. I want to see it. If this has helped, drop a like, hit the sub, you know the vibes. Let me know what topics you want me to cover as well on the channel. I'll catch y'all in the next one. Well, hopefully, I'm not holding over another solo queue tragedy. Peace.
Why is climbing Marvel Rivals ranked solo so hard? Looking back, on January 27th, I hit Diamond 3 for Season 1. And so now, over a month later, I finally hit Grandmaster 3.
Are you kidding me?
It took me that long.
Oh, let's go! That's class!
But I've now done this completely solo. I have not played duo queue once or played with a 3-stack or 4-stack at all. And playing solo has definitely made this much harder. Let me explain. Now, don't get me wrong, it is still 100% possible to hit Eternity playing all your matches solo. There are people out there that have proven this. However, usually these guys are like former pro Overwatch players or former pro FPS players in another game. I guess a popular example that some of you guys might know is Super TF. I believe he plays all these games, or pretty much all these games, completely solo, and he's still able to reach the highest rank. So it is possible. However, if you look at the top 500 players in this game and you go through their match history, what will you find? You will find that about 80 to 90% of those players are playing in stacks or with another person. In fact, I've heard some of them even say that there is zero reason to play solo. If you want to climb, you have to play in a 4-stack. At least to get rank 1, you have to play in a 4-stack. Now, in my case, you may be surprised, I am not a former pro Overwatch player. And in pretty much most previous FPS games that I've played, I am pretty awful.
I am so sad.
Luckily, in this game, you don't have to entirely rely on having perfect aim. There are some characters, well, in fact, a lot of characters that let you get away with this. Which is why you've seen that I have pretty much gravitated to playing tank. So I know that I'm not the greatest player yet, but I know for sure, and I am convinced that my climb would be so much easier if I just played with other players, even if they're similar rank to me. Playing with others would make this game so much easier to climb, and I could do that, but my mindset is, and this might be the League of Legends mindset, is if I do that, I now have a fraudulent rank, or a rank that is not my true rank. So when I see other content creators saying, I'm rank 1 this, or I hit this rank, then you look a little bit deeper into their match history, and you find a few things, some interesting things. You find out that this guy who claims he's the rank 1 Spider-Man, why is he always playing with a Venom 1 trick? Does that truly make you the rank 1 Spider-Man? I mean, technically, yes. But anyway, getting into the question, why is climbing Marvel Rivals solo so much harder? It is pretty simple, really. Playing solo means you will always have 5 other teammates on your team that is completely random. Unlike playing with others, this will now limit the randomness of your teammates. And this impact is even bigger in a game like Marvel Rivals. Why so? Well, this game doesn't have roll queue. Now, don't get me wrong, I do not want roll queue in this game, but it does mean if you're playing solo, there is a much higher chance that you will get 4 tank mains on your team, or 4 support mains on your team, or even worse, 6 DPS only players on your team. Secondly, we can take this even further, because this game has team up benefits. No other ranked game really has these team up synergies, at least at this impact. It is much easier to climb the ranks if you're a Namor 1 trick and you duo with a Luna every single game, or if you're a Spider-Man 1 trick and you duo with a Venom every single game, or an Iron Man 1 trick and you duo with a Hulk every single game, or a Star-Lord 1 trick and you duo with an Adam Warlock every single game, and so on. Playing solo, you often won't get these benefits. On top of this, playing with others doesn't give you a consequence, such as in other ranked games, if you play with others, you may earn less points, or if you lose more points than if you were playing solo. Now, I'm not sure if I should get into this, but I guess I should. There is this other conspiracy theory going around that in Marvel Rivals they use player engagement optimized matchmaking. Now, I have no proof that this exists, but there is this theory going around which is essentially matchmaking to keep you playing longer. So in other words, if you have lost a few games in a row, they will now put you in a favorable matchmaking game where you now get an easy win, or vice versa. Now, I will mention that I have been very suspicious that when I start playing, I often go on a lose streak, which would then be followed by a win streak. And as far as I remember, it has never been the opposite way around. For example, I have never gone on a big win streak followed by a big lose streak on the same day. Now, there are days where it's just normal, a win, lose, and so on. But if there are streaks involved, it would always be a loss streak at the beginning, followed by a win streak towards the end of the day. It does add a little bit of suspicion. But what I'm saying is, if this does actually exist in the game, it's more likely to be amplified when you're playing solo. Because when you're playing with teammates, it obviously limits those variables or those algorithms that could impact your matchmaking. Now finally, this is a little bit off topic, but I think in general, Marvel Rivals rank system is terrible. Because you can climb to Grandmaster with a negative win rate, which I don't think should be the case. Now, I get why they do this. Once again, it is to keep you playing, because you're more likely to keep playing if your rank keeps going up. But I feel like it would be a lot better if it's just up until gold, you know, where everyone gets that free skin, so you can get to gold, you win more points than you lose. But once you hit gold, this is when the real rank starts, and you basically gain the same amount as you lose. So if that's the case, you have to have over a 50% win rate to climb, and I think this will make matchmaking a lot fairer. Now, I was hard stuck diamond for most of season 1, and that's because I had a 45% win rate, when technically I actually should be getting demoted to play against players of my rank or my skill level, but I was still in diamond. But now that I've hit Grandmaster, this is when the real rank starts, because I believe once you hit Grandmaster, the points you gain are the same amount as you lose. So for me to get to the next rank up, which I think is Celestial, I'm gonna have to win more than 50% of my games. Can I do it? I think I'm probably gonna be a hard stuck Grandmaster for the rest of my life. But in all seriousness, I think I'm actually starting to improve. The thing has come out and I seem to be fairly decent with him. And so far this season, I've got exactly a 50% win rate. So if I can increase that to closer to 55%, then we're on our way to Celestial and beyond.
Is this you? I feel your pain. This video will focus on the solo player's experience. Welcome to the channel, my fellow jabronis. Today I'll showcase particular heroes best for impacting games in a significant way. But I will actually show you why and how they can impact games. This isn't just a simple tier list video. Nah, this is chock full of juicy tips and tricks describing how you can use these characters to carry your team to victory. Now when it comes to strategists, I believe the more DPS healers are best for carrying the team. Like if you can drop 20, 30,000 healing plus 10, 15,000 damage, you can confidently say, but before I go on, I must clarify so I don't get slayed in the comments. Your number one priority is still and always will be to heal, especially to keep your tank alive. So healing comes first. Alright, so when you think of DPS healers, you probably think of Mantis or Cloak and Dagger. Now listen, I know you have heard before, oh, Mantis is amazing, all the top ranks are using her, she's the best healer. But have you heard any actual good tips to why she can carry? Besides the fact that she can deal good damage while healing? But how? You know, why? How can you do that? So I'm going to tell you how she can carry, how her win rate is so high, and why the top ranks use her. So first of all, yeah, she can deal a ton of damage because her primary attack deals 50 damage with no fall off. Okay, that's the big thing here. Up to 125 damage per second with 0 fall off range on her attacks. So you can stand behind your tanks and still deal massive damage from across the map. I mean, yeah, you want to be aggressive, but use this range to your advantage. Now secondly, and most importantly, her healing orbs. It's all about efficiency. Yes sir, efficiency. Let me explain. So you heal 55 health on impact, then 160 health over 8 seconds. So it's an 8-second passive healing. Thing is, if you cast a second or third orb on your ally, it won't stack up on healing, it will simply refresh the 8-second duration. So unless your ally is getting the Overwatch beat out of them and is about to die, then it's not super efficient to use multiple orbs on a single ally. What you should be doing is spreading around. Spread the good word of our Lord Mantis to all your allies. Throw healing orbs on both your tanks, throw damage boost on your DPS, whoever's in the fight, get them all juiced up. And that is how she can carry the entire team, by dropping passive healing and damage boost to 2, 3, 4 different teammates simultaneously. But it's all about timing, because of course you don't have infinite orbs. And remember, speaking of that, you can gain extra orbs by landing critical hits with your primary attack. The number 1 ranked Mantis has a 75% win rate with her. That is bonkers, dude. Bonkers. Now moving forward, we have Cloak and Dagger. Now a big tip for Cloak and Dagger, I would say, is mixing her skills. For example, you can drop a healing bubble and then swap to Cloak and attack. So you're actively healing while dealing good damage. Or you can swap to Cloak, use your damage wall skill, and then swap back to Dagger and do your thing and heal. Also, Dagger is great on a diving team composition. Like if your allies are diving, spread out, and moving all around, Dagger is a great support, because she can still heal them effectively, considering her healing orbs have crazy auto-targeting. Her ability can negate ultimates. Like, yo, people talk about using your ultimate to cancel other ultimates, but nah, bro, not even necessary. Cloak can use her shadow skill, and when your allies are inside, they aren't just invisible, they have no hitbox. They can't be damaged with explosions, like Iron Man's or Scarlet Witch's ultimate, and they can't be swallowed by Lil Jeffy's ultimate. It's insane considering it's just a normal skill. Now there's another support hero that has a skill which can negate ultimates as well, my handsome man Loki. Now, even though I don't believe Loki is necessarily a solo carry type hero, I'm still going to discuss him because I believe he can make a huge impact, and I got some juicy tips for him. Loki is a true support and synergizes with your team and the environment. Which map you're on matters significantly. Also, real quick, Loki can handle himself. Not only can he survive, but he actually thrives in 1v1s. Like, enemies think they can flank you? They think that they're the predator and you're the prey? No. Nah, you drop a couple clones down and you switch the scripts real quick.
Call an ambulance! Call an ambulance! But not for me!
And then, once you activate the Circle of Life, it's over. They're done so. However, the real reason he can be so impactful is because he's one of the best group healers, but only on certain maps. Capture the point modes on very tight maps that also offer you good angles. Like this map here, I have gone crazy on. Once you take point and you can set up position, you're golden. Place a clone up on the left, place a clone down on the right, and you triple bursting the entire battlefield. And with these clones, you can heal your tank while simultaneously dealing damage to the enemy tank that he's brawling with. Because again, Loki excels at the group healing. Now of course, other support heroes can also heal and deal damage together, such as Luna Snow, but with her, they have to be all in a straight line in order to affect multiple individuals. But that's not the case with Loki, because Loki's blasts have a large AoE radius of 3 meters, so he can affect the entire objective area quite easily. Plus, Loki essentially has a get-out-of-jail-free card. If there's a huge fight on the objective point, you can drop well-placed clones, make your team invincible through the entire battlefield with your Circle of Life. Yeah, by the way, this skill I refer to as the Circle of Life. This skill is potentially as effective as an ultimate, yet it only has a 25-second cooldown, so you can pretty much use it in every fight. The stones can get destroyed, yes, but even if it only lasts a few seconds, that can still make a drastic difference and refill your ally's health bar up to full. This is the skill I was referring to before when I said Loki can nullify many ultimates. Like a great example is Psylocke. She never targets the stones that create the circle, meaning standing in the circle totally renders her ultimate useless. There are many situations that this Circle of Life comes in super clutch. Like also, during an emergency, you're caught in a moment where your ally is seconds away from dying, he's getting the Overwatch beat out of him, and a couple healing pew-pews just ain't gonna cut it. Well, you have another option. You can save that ally's life by dropping a clone right next to him and using your Circle of Life skill. And you can drop clones up to 30 meters away. So in the end, I believe Loki, on particular maps, can be game-changing. Moving forward to the Vanguard section. When you get into the more advanced stuff, you'll see how each character has pros and cons in certain game modes and on certain maps that you must play around. There are 3 different types of ways you should think about the game modes. The first one is pushing the cart, attacking and advancing forwards. Okay, number 2 is defense, stopping the cart, halting its movement. In this mode, you set up a position and the enemy comes to you, right? The enemy is forced to move towards you. That's a huge difference in strategy compared to if you are on offense and you are pushing forwards. And number 3, capture the point modes, which can be a mix of offense and defense centered around a single location. Now the first Vanguard I have is Groot. Now before I explain why Groot can backpack the team, you must hear these tips real quick first. Gaining the benefits of attacking an enemy near one of your walls is vital with Groot. Like, it is essential for making him valuable. So you don't always have to build your walls straight up. Like, you could get creative using the environment, such as this, for example. You can make ceilings. Groot can actually deal heavy burst damage if you integrate your wall attacks into your combos. As you can see here, little Jeffy got spanked because of this. Which brings me to my next tip. Groot has the ultimate combo. Groot can use his ultimate and then quickly build 1 or 2 walls near everyone that you just stuck together, and then attack them with a spore and your primary attack. Now this will damage everyone, and the walls will get in the action as well, dealing a ton of burst damage. So basically all you're doing is building walls right next to where you used your ultimate and using the walls to deal extra damage. So Groot is not always amazing, but there are 2 situations which he can thrive and indeed backpack the team. The first situation is on push the cart modes when you are on offense, which might sound weird, right? But think about it. When you block incoming and outgoing fire with Groot's walls, well, that's much better for you when pushing the cart forwards, because you want every foot you can get. If the fight has somewhat halted for a few seconds, well, the cart is still moving forward in that time. The enemy has to completely overtake the cart for it to stop. So Groot becomes extremely effective at pushing the cart forwards, using your walls to buy time and slowly advance. The second scenario is in capture the point modes in combination with a solid Jeff or Rocket ally. Jeff and Rocket gain damage reduction while sitting on Groot's shoulders, and I myself, plus have seen others, many times lock down an objective point with Groot and a Rocket combo. I think Rocket works so well because he can bounce his balls off of Groot's walls. Wow, Jesus Christ. Not only did that sound weird, but it rhymed too. And which map it is matters significantly. Like this map here is a great example of where this can work. Like bro, as Rocket, with this tight choke point, you can bounce balls all around like a champ, healing the whole team. Plus any tank that Groot is brawling with, Rocket can help by shredding him up. Some people prefer Jeff, and Jeff is better at healing. He can use his bubbles to heal both of you simultaneously, which also gives Groot a speed bonus, so that's very nice. However, Rocket is better at dealing extra damage. Remember, Rocket can deal up to 200 damage per second. Moving forward, of course, Doctor Strange is probably the best Vanguard, and I promise you, getting good with Doctor Strange will help you win games. But I am not going to discuss him very much, and I'll explain why later. Now, before I move on to the duelist section, I want to real quick talk about teamwork. Now, when I say solo carry, I don't mean to play like a lone wolf. Take all the responsibility onto yourself. No, that's not what this is about. Actually, as you see, much of this is describing how to effectively work with the team that you have, whatever random scrubber-dubbers you are given. In general, you should play off your teammates. Like if I see a Namor or Iron Fist, then I'm going to choose Luna Snow to get a nice team-up synergy going on, because she has team-ups with both Namor and Iron Fist. So whatever you gotta do to make it work and give your team an advantage. So here's a general rule of thumb for duelists. If you're already a few minutes into the game, and your allies have 6, 7, 8 kills, and you have like 2, with barely 2,000 damage on the board, then do everyone a favor, including yourself, and just swap. There's nothing wrong with switching. Like sometimes, certain characters just aren't working. I've had games where I'm stinking, I'm doo-doo, but halfway through the match, I swap heroes, and boom. Now I'm making moves, clutching out, really impacting the fight, and then we win. I feel like this problem is highlighted when there's 3 duelists. Like if there's 3 DPS, and it's quite obvious that one is severely lacking, then he should switch. If it's you, then do your civic duty and swap. If it's somebody else, then you can respectfully request in the chat for them to hop on a different hero that they're good with. If you see your team already has 3 duelists, don't fucking choose another DPS, okay? Stop it.
Stop it. Get some help.
Alright, so for most games, the core, the lifeline, the heart of a team are the healers. I mean, you could drop tons of damage onto the enemy tanks. It don't matter how many headshots you land. If they still have 2 solid supports, juicing them up from behind, healing them, then those tanks are not going anywhere. And that's probably the #1 mistake for low-rank DPS heroes. Step 1, assassinate the healers. Then step 2 is to take out the tanks. Now with all that being said, I mostly want to talk about flankers or divers in this video. Non-diver DPS with a playstyle like Hela, Hawkeye, or even Punisher, more so attack from a vantage point. And yeah, if you're doinking headshots, excellent accuracy, smoking everyone, you can make a drastic difference on the game, of course. But with a diver, a flanker, I feel like it's much easier to have a more significant impact because divers excel at killing enemy support characters. And that is the true goal for winning games. If you are consistently eliminating the enemy healers, that team will be limping. First off, Psylocke. Apparently she's one of the best flankers. However, I don't main Psylocke, so I'm just going to give you all a quick but deadly combo my brother showed me. So the foundation of this combo is going back and forth from shuriken to primary. So essentially it's just going from primary, shuriken, primary, back and forth. But one thing though, you do want to throw your shuriken as soon in the fight as possible for a couple reasons. First, the shuriken gives you bonus armor, which is nice to begin a fight with. And secondly, and most importantly, the shuriken has an 8-second cooldown, but dealing damage reduces this timer. So you start with the shuriken, you gain your bonus health, and then any damage you deal following that will allow you to reduce the cooldown on it. So you'll have that shuriken available for a second usage quite quickly. And yeah, you want to integrate a dash into your combo as well. Not only because it seamlessly combos together with your attacks for extra burst damage, but also for its quick movement. It is very difficult for the enemy to track you and connect to their attacks if you're dashing right through them. They will need to turn around and re-target you. Another piece of vital information is with her ultimate. The more enemies you have inside your circle, the more targets there are for your damage to be split up into. If you have 3 or 4 enemies within the circle, you're not actually dealing that much damage to each individual. So targeting 1 or 2 squishies with your ultimate is much more effective and is more likely to actually eliminate the enemy. A good example of excelling at a particular game mode would be Namor. Now of course he can be effective anywhere, but in capture the point modes, he can absolutely go bonkers because he's great at holding down a position, an objective choke point. And then in push modes, he's great while on defense because he can defend a street much more effectively compared to actually pushing the cart. His Squidbilly turrets are no joke. You set them up in the right position, get a nice vantage point over the battlefield, and you are good to go. Namor can truly carry the game while on defense. He is valuable for stopping the cart. Oh, and by the way, Luna Snow, Namor, and Iron Fist. Remember that trio. There's a beautiful synergy with their team-ups. Luna Snow gives Namor ice powers, and Iron Fist gives Luna Snow ninja powers, which are extremely powerful. Now the reason I think this works so well is because Namor and Iron Fist are a great duo. Namor plays the point, poking the enemy, locking it down, using his Squidbilly turrets. While Iron Fist plays the flanker, dives and assassinates enemy supports on the back lines. So it's an awesome duo, the roles are filled and it works. Then plus, with Luna Snow, now everyone is all juiced up, you got truly fantastic synergy going on. So Luna Snow, Namor, Iron Fist, boom. Your positioning is everything. You could have cat-like reflexes and the greatest accuracy, but if you're in the wrong position, you are doo-doo. Most of the time, you probably just run on instincts, right? Like gamer instincts to take you where you need to go and who to attack. But this is a huge mistake if you want to win. This is what takes you from a silver or gold player up to platinum or diamond or even further. Knowing what your role is and where to go. Like if you're a shooter DPS, take advantage of the high ground. Even if it takes you another 5 to 10 seconds to walk through an alley, up the stairs to get into a better position, it's totally worth it. Don't simply run behind your tank or off to the side every single time. Take the stairs, get an off angle. The benefit of this will be the enemy is forced to take their focus off of your tank and your main group. Like you want the enemies to have 2-3 different focus points. Get their lines of sight all jumbled up. If your entire team just sits together in one group in the middle of the street, then the enemy can focus in straight on all of you. But if you can force them to look up or look to the side and take their attention off the rest of your team, then you are doing a good job. So take the time to set up your position. One hero that positioning is crucial for is Moon Knight. Now, I don't think Moon Knight is really game-breaking, but I do want to talk about him for a specific reason. Because I feel like I see many players using him horribly wrong. So yeah, he's good, right? Moon Knight can be devastating and drop bombs worth of damage upon multiple enemies. But only if played correctly. That's the big if. If you know enough to take the high ground, play the angles. So, like this, for example. This would be a fantastic position to use Moon Knight for attacking around corners. So placing the anchor somewhere the enemies can't obviously see it ahead of time, but once they wrap around the corner, you can smoke them. He's also great at simple crowd control, dealing damage on multiple enemies. Like you can place the anchor dead smack in the middle of a group. And hey, even if they destroy it within seconds, you can still deal massive damage within 1, 2, or 3 seconds, if enough enemies are clumped together. By the way, with Moon Knight, you can use stationary targets, such as Namor's Squidbilly turrets, and Loki's clones, like a makeshift anchor, and bounce your attacks off of them, so you'll be turning the enemy's tools against them. Noise. So, Moon Knight is especially effective on defense, because enemies will be forced to walk into your anchors. But if it's a very open map, where everyone is more spread out, then Moon Knight does not perform exceptionally well. A Hawkeye, or Hela, or Bucky could be 10 times more effective. Now speaking of Bucky, I gotta say, Bucky is indeed a solo carry type hero. You see, he's very versatile. He's not really a flanker, yet you can still play him on or off the point. Like, Bucky is so awesome at impacting games because he is great at ruining the enemy's position. He's great crowd control. Yoinking a tank from 15 meters away can instantly get them panicking. Butthole clenching commence. The hook has a max distance of 20 meters. 20 meters, dude. So being able to displace the enemy's tank, remove him 15, 20 meters away from the rest of his team is villainous. Straight villainous. Very effective, man, and this allows him to make plays. So Bucky is a very versatile playmaker. Now a quick tip, killing Loki's clones refreshes your ultimates. Yes sir, they count as a body. Now as you can see, I did not talk much about the actual best heroes like Hawkeye, Hela, Luna Snow, and Doctor Strange, because I don't like flapping about information you certainly already know, and everyone's already aware that Hawkeye, Hela, Doctor Strange are pretty much the meta and most used in top ranks. Plus, I don't main those heroes, so I don't have any unique tips for them. So if you made it this far in the video, please body slam on the like button and comment below any thoughts or opinions you have. I thank you very much for watching, and I'll talk to you later. Stay golden.
The NetEase Games has been in hot water with the competitive community due to its very suspicious matchmaking. The infamous engagement optimized matchmaking, or EOMM, has gradually echoed throughout the player base, but many still aren't aware of its existence or its true nature. This method of matchmaking prioritizes maximizing the player engagement and retention time using deliberate predictive patterns of win or loss outcomes. Hence, we're subtracting the competitive integrity in a game, especially in ranked, and it shows. With a lot of players experiencing extreme loss streaks that defy the rules of probability. In this video, I'll be giving you a full breakdown of how EOMM can be influencing your Marvel Rival matches in ranked so that you as a player can better navigate how to climb in competitive. I spent some serious hours going through boring research material full of jargon and bullshit translated everything you need to know into an easier to understand video. You're welcome. If you appreciate this and learn something that gives you an edge in the game, like this video so that it reaches those who think this is still conspiracy coping, and subscribe for more content. With that, let's begin. Alright, first we'll be discussing the frequently used term churn rate and how it affects your in-game matchmaking. What is a churn rate? The term churn rate in this context refers to when players stop playing for a period of time. So, for example, a lower churn rate would mean there is a higher engagement and playtime within a game title. Since NetEase lacked an index to accurately measure patterns in a churn rate, Buxy AI Lab developed the 8-hour churn threshold in matchmaking. A player is labeled under the 8-hour churn if they do not play any matches within the next 8 hours after logging off. But why did NetEase choose to implement this threshold, and why is it working? Well, if you hadn't noticed yet, 8 hours normally align with the person's sleep time, work shift, or even the duration of an average school day. If a player gets back on within 8 hours, they're flagged to be engaged in what's called extended play. When you're in extended play, the matchmaking marks you as a player that is not at risk of disengaging from the game. EOMM encourages extended play through controlled win-loss streaks. Put simply, the game will use the 8-hour churn threshold to track your engagement patterns, which then enables matchmaking to analyze these patterns and form predicted win-loss streaks. This is done to maintain extended play users and reduce disengagement among the player base. Not only that, EOMM recognizes desperate and fatigued players that are more sensitive to the match time duration and pick out matches that are slightly more favorable to win while also in a shorter duration. This is some pretty crazy shit, and we're not even close to the good stuff. So the reason for most matches feeling like an absolute steamroll is because the AI matchmaking penalizes longer and closer games, so they aren't as likely to occur. Their data indicates that the longer a match goes for, the less likely a player is to queue into another one. Which, this does make sense, as longer matches, in my opinion, are mentally exhausting and can eventually seem not fun. Can you imagine putting your best effort into a 20 to 30 minute match just to lose? It's crushing enough to make anyone log off. I mean, even if you did win, you might feel content with that effort and not want to play anymore. But you know what would make you feel unsatisfied and wanting you to play more? Having a quick match that was too easy. You probably won't get that satisfying dopamine rush and continue queuing until you get it. Whereas if you just have a quick curb stomping loss, it leaves you unfatigued and ready to continue the chase for that insatiable dopamine of winning big. And you want to prove you belong higher on the ranking system. Who wants their friends seeing that they dropped 2 or 3, maybe even 5 divisions down from their original rank? An article released by NetEase themselves discusses how selecting players of the same skill level or rank for matches does ensure fairness, but isn't always good for the player engagement. The paper describes EOMM having better results of engagement by manipulating matches into win-loss streaks or combinations. Engagement-optimized matchmaking prioritizes the satisfaction and happiness of the player rather than constantly upholding competitive integrity. The main utility factors that are being used to quantify player satisfaction are the score difference between teams, match duration, predicted churn, latest match outcomes, and queue wait time. These factors are then plugged into an equation that calculates your projected maximized satisfaction. Now, I know what you're thinking. How can I be satisfied when the game is railing me with loss streaks? And that's probably because you play more when you lose. If you show the game that you're a masochist and you're okay with losing, you won't get off no matter how many times you lose, what do you think is going to happen? The game is going to recognize this pattern and keep you down. This is why it's important to get off from the losing too much. Although that can be hard for many compulsive players out there, still, it needs to be done if you want to rank up. Now before we move on, I'd like to quickly discuss queuing and how it plays such a big role in matchmaking. Queuing in Marvel Rivals is pretty well known to be speedy, but why is this? It's not just because it has a large player base, although that is the sole reason why EOMM can function in the first place. It's because matchmaking can pick more diverse skill levels to fill rather than everyone in the match having the same skill level. You'll notice that you will inevitably get a player that is determined not to be as good as everyone else in the match, either that be on your team or the enemy team. This kills 2 birds with 1 stone by having more influence in swaying matches in a controlled manner and having more players to pull from in quickly executing a successful match bound. Now for my favorite segment of this video. We'll be looking at a visual that paints the picture of what NetEase's EOMM actually looks like. So we can see here that the matchmaking starts with a request, and then it goes and plugs into a matchmaking server with matchmaking algorithms, which arranges queuing players into competitions to maximize the player's satisfaction. One of these algorithms adjusts malicious behavior control, detection and punishment against cheating, piggybacking, or I guess boosting, that would be, power leveling, smurfing, etc. Then we have multi-dimensional capability assessment, real-time capture of players' capability from various perspectives. This could maybe be like whatever role you have, or main. Maybe you play support or flex DPS and tank, that sort of deal. Multi-aspect considerations of balance, network latency, psychological effects, consecutive defeats. Why is that labeled under psychological effects? Who knows? Maybe there's a gambling aspect to this. Interpersonal play, or interpersonal interplay, social relationship team-up effect. Huh, that's pretty interesting. Integrative measure of competition quality. Evaluate player satisfaction and user engagement through competition simulation and win predictions. So it's not real competition, it's simulated competition. So guys, it's not that the matchmaking is rigged, it's just that the matches are predicted and formulated to favor one team over the other to simulate competition. I'm so silly for thinking otherwise. Chart analysis assigns selective teammates and adversaries for each player. And I guess they got the assigned robots. I'm sure that's for quick play, or I don't know, maybe lower ELO like bronze. And then you can see in the right the data collection, balance analysis of gameplays, churn pattern mining, group analysis of players, performance rating, capability chart, enhancement, recommendation, in-game real-time win prediction. I like that. And then we got in-game real-time comments generation, which I'm not sure what that is. Maybe it's what the players are saying in the comments. If you can interpret something else from that, please tell me. I don't know what that last one is, and I hope it's not like... Actually, I really don't think it's that serious. I don't think that part's that serious. And if you want to know where I got that bit of information from, it's in an hour-long video NetEase has from one of their conferences. A NetEase representative lady is giving this whole presentation, and that's on one of the slides at the end. But let's acknowledge our skeptics. Many skeptics are opposed to the idea that EOMM is actually in the game, despite identifiable patterns that indicate its presence in the gaming scene. This is because NetEase hasn't officially come out with a statement that they are implementing EOMM in Marvel Rivals, or even any sort of specifications to what the matchmaking prioritizes. Why is NetEase avoiding the subject? Well, you have to remember that EOMM is fairly new to being implemented into the popular gaming scene. You could say that the player base is a large-scale experiment being used to pull more data to make the system better. The system happens to be a learning AI matchmaker that uses collected data and patterns on us players to optimize its goal of engagement. When an experiment is ran, there's a factor researchers take into account called the Hawthorne effect. The Hawthorne effect refers to when participants in a study or experiment alter their behavior simply because they are aware they are being observed, rather than due to any experimental manipulation. Wouldn't you want to keep your subjects or players in the dark to feed better data into learning AI? Plus, you wouldn't want too many players exploiting how the game works, as that would decrease playtime and further inflate the ranks. And if you still want to call it conspiracy, that's fine. I'm not trying to convince you, I'm just trying to inform you. Especially when the information is coming straight from NetEase themselves. If you haven't already, like and subscribe if you found this video helpful for your climbing Marvel Rivals, and just remember that I have my sources linked in the description if you want to check them out yourselves. Thanks for watching, enjoy the Amplifier.
Morning, even afternoon, we got a back over for y'all today, baby. We got some more spectating content for y'all here, and this is the #1 Thor player in Marvel Rivals. Thor, in my opinion, was a tank that I really wanted to learn, and I think can be really OP if learned well, so I wanted to learn from the best. This is Black Suit, and statistically, he has the highest win rate and best games on Thor in Marvel. I learned a ton from this. I hope y'all do as well, and if you want to learn Thor, trust me, watch this video. I hope y'all enjoy this. If you want more Marvel content, something really simple y'all can do is hit the like and hit the sub. Tells me, tells Kevin, tells the YouTube robot, y'all want more than that. Most importantly, be sure to tell somebody love. I'll catch you in the next one. It was the one above all in spectating. True. I cannot wait for this, bro. This is Black Suit, okay? This dude is the #1 Thor player in the world. We have 2 incredible gameplays that we're about to witness. Now, obviously, you look at this, bro. This is a one above all body. He is one above all. I want to see what they banned, bro. Luna, Storm, okay. I mean, bro, statistically on the list, chat, like, he is the #1. I have to, and you know what I need to do? I need to learn how to play Thor. Because in my opinion, Thor could be the strongest tank, and I don't know how to play him well. So I'm locking in for myself here, too, as a tank player. Because I think he's the strongest tank, I just don't know how to play him. Yo, strap in. I want to see how he only dies one time. So impressed. How is he getting his hammers back so quickly? I know all of you are going to say that you get you a hammer back. I understand that. Here's my point I make. Right here, he's at 2 hammers.
On the morning of May 26, 1990, Marlene Warren was at home inside of her beautiful mansion in Florida when she heard a knock on the front door. Marlene was busy and was hoping that her adult son might go answer the door, but when she looked over to the living room where her son was, she saw he was laying down watching TV and didn't even seem to have heard the knock on the door. So Marlene sighed and just walked over to the front door herself and opened it up. And to her surprise, standing on the other side of the door was a person dressed up in a clown costume, holding flowers and balloons. Now, Marlene loved clowns, and she had recently celebrated her 40th birthday, so she figured this must be someone's birthday gift to her, and she was thrilled. But after the clown handed Marlene the flowers and balloons, there was this loud popping sound inside of Marlene's house, and then Marlene fell to the floor, blood pouring down her face. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right podcast, because that's all we do, and we upload twice a week, once on Monday and once on Thursday. So, if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the Amazon Music follow button's house in the middle of the night and superglue their nostrils shut. Okay, let's get into today's story. In January of 1990, 39-year-old Marlene Warren made her way across her sprawling backyard in Wellington, Florida. Marlene and her husband Michael were hosting a barbecue for some of their friends and family and coworkers. And so far, the Florida winter weather had not disappointed. It was sunny and about 75 degrees Fahrenheit, so a perfect day for an outdoor party. Marlene looked down and checked the food on the grill. It smelled delicious and was almost ready to be served. Then she looked up and saw all the people in her yard who were talking and laughing and having a great time, and she smiled. Her backyard, and really her entire house, were made for big parties like this one. Where Marlene lived, Wellington, Florida, was a small upscale village not far from West Palm Beach that was filled with mansions and golf courses. Marlene and Michael's 5-bedroom home was over 5,000 square feet, it had a pool, and it even had an attached airplane hangar for Michael's prop plane. Marlene enjoyed the luxury that her house and her neighborhood provided, but really what she loved the most was all the space she had on her property so she could throw these big parties for all the people she loved. The smell of the food drifted across the backyard, and after a while, a few guests began heading towards the grill. And amongst those guests were a young couple, Sheila and Richard Keene, who walked up and asked Marlene if she needed any help. But Marlene said she had everything under control, and really she was just happy that Sheila and Richard had made it to the party. Sheila and Richard both worked for Marlene's husband, Michael, at the used car dealership that he owned, and so Marlene was just happy to meet some of these people that spent so much time with their husband. Sheila and Richard chatted for a little bit longer, and then they turned and headed back towards the party, at which point Marlene began taking the food off the grill and putting them out on serving dishes. As soon as Marlene's 21-year-old son, Joey, and a few of his friends saw Marlene putting the food out, they rushed over and grabbed some paper plates and began piling them full of food. Joey's father, Marlene's husband, Michael, spotted the boys doing what they were doing, and he laughed and told them to please save some food for the other guests. Then Michael walked over to the grill and put his arm around Marlene, and she leaned her head on his shoulder. Both of them had been so busy with work lately that it felt like they barely got any time together. So it was nice now to have a moment to relax together and just to enjoy the company of their friends and family. Marlene and Michael had been together for almost 18 years, and even though things weren't always perfect, Marlene couldn't imagine her life without her husband. Back in the mid-1960s, Marlene had gotten married to a different man. She gave birth to her first son at the age of 16, and she had Joey a few years later when she was 19. But not long after that, her first husband had died, and Marlene felt completely lost. She was now a widow at just 20 years old, and she was trying to raise 2 young boys all on her own. At the time, she had gotten a lot of support from her parents, but there were still moments when she just felt like surviving was almost impossible. Then she had met Michael, and it was like everything in her life got better. Michael was kind, he was handsome, he was driven to succeed, and he almost immediately became this loving father figure to Marlene's 2 boys. And Michael was just as taken with Marlene as she was with him. He thought she was absolutely stunning with her beautiful red hair and blue eyes, but more importantly, he thought of Marlene as being a really strong person who had managed to overcome this terrible tragedy, losing her first husband at such a young age. And so clearly Marlene was just this really mature person. And also,
let's get started, shall we? This is the 11-step meditation. My name is Colette. I'm a recovering alcoholic. Grateful to be here. Grateful to be healthy. And back to work. Alright, so let's start with the 11th step. So first of all, before we bring our 11th step into our mind, just relax the eyes or close the eyes. Bring your attention to your breath, to the sound of your breath. Just begin to inhale gently through the nose. The mouth will be closed. And exhale gently through the nose with the mouth closed. And just continue with this gentle, long, easy breaths in and out through the nose. Just for a few minutes, while we remember why we're here. This is the 11th step meeting. Step 11 sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood God, praying only for the knowledge of God's will for us and the power to carry it out. So that is where we're headed tonight, to the experience of our conscious contact with our higher power, and to understand what that actually feels like, what that experience is, to know your higher power viscerally, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, and to understand the qualities of your higher power working in your life, and to work out a program informed by those qualities. So that is where we're headed tonight. I need to remind everybody about the 7th tradition. That is the basket on the left-hand side of your screen. So if you feel so moved after your meditation, just like we drop $1 in the basket in a live meeting, you might want to click on there and just do it via PayPal. The next thing that I always like to mention is actually the most important thing that we should always remember is that if anybody is new tonight, that you are in the right place. You are so welcome here. You are definitely in the right place. And if you have any anticipation about meditation or the 11th step, or maybe you're new to meditation, maybe you're new to the program, maybe you're new to sobriety, maybe you're new to in the rooms, whatever you are new to, there is nothing that you can, there is no way that you can go wrong here. There's no way that this cannot not work out for you. Why? Because we're just relaxing and meditating and praying and breathing together. That's it. We are brothers and sisters in recovery, here supporting each other, relaxing together and breathing together. So how could you possibly go wrong with that? So it takes a lot of courage to come here, especially if you are new. It takes a lot of courage to come here, so good for you. I hope you enjoy the meditation. I hope you keep coming back. Now the next thing is, now this is really important as well, so it's really important to be able to relax your body before we go into the practice. So ideally I would like you to be lying down. We want you to be lying down on the back with the arms out by the sides and the palms facing upwards. The reason for this is that it opens the chest, right? It opens the shoulders, it opens the heart. It's a very vulnerable position. It's the position of surrender. The legs are comfortable and the feet are about hip distance apart. So that is the optimal position. It's called Shavasana in yoga. If you're a yoga person, you would know that. However, every single body is different, and it may be more comfortable for you to be lying on your side or lying on your belly or even sitting in your most comfortable chair. So even though I'm asking you this to practice this way with us, I'm really trusting that you are going to listen to you, not listening to me, that you are going to listen to your own body, right? And do what your body is telling you. But most of all, I want you to be comfortable. Find the most comfortable position for you. Find as many pillows that you need. If you've got soft toys, anything that makes you feel comfortable. Cover yourself with a blanket. Very, very important. Alright? So those are the tiny little, small little instructions. This is your practice. This is your time. So get the most from your practice. And let there be peace and love amongst all beings in the universe. Alright, so let's start again by bringing your attention to your breath, in case you've slowed down on that. And to begin with, we're just going to breathe nice, long, gentle breaths in through the nose and out is a softening, yeah. And then soften the thighs, soften the hips, and the glutes, the pelvis, this whole area of the body now, the hips, the thighs, the knees, the calves, the feet. Feel your body feeling heavy. Notice your body feeling heavy. Notice your muscles softening or relaxing. And then bring your attention to the belly. Now spend a few more moments here because unconsciously we hold the breath, right? There's a lot of tightness in this area in the abdomen. So just make sure as you breathe in, you should be able to feel, as you take that long breath in, you should be able to feel the belly coming all the way out. You should be able to become aware of that sensation in the belly as the belly rises. Feel that? And as you exhale, the belly comes in. Right? So feel that movement, those sensations in the abdomen as you breathe in and out. And when you feel ready, moving your attention up to the chest and the heart. The heart center, sometimes we call it the heart chakra. This area sometimes can feel quite tight. It can feel as though there is restrictions in the breath. And sometimes it can be feeling very freeing to breathe and bring your whole attention to opening the heart and relaxing the heart center. This is your center of love and joy and happiness and peace. To spend a few moments here. And if you do notice there's a little bit of tension or a little bit of stress as you breathe, that's fine. Just let it be, whatever it is, whatever is happening in your experience as you breathe. This is your experience. Let it happen. Don't do anything to change it or stop it. Just gently try to follow my guidance. And listen to your body. And now as we move up to the shoulders, again there's lots of tension in the shoulders. It's very unconscious. We don't even notice how much we're holding tightness in the shoulders. So completely surrender your shoulders to the surface that you are lying or sitting on. If you're sitting upright, you should feel a sense of the shoulders just dropping down as you exhale. Remember, we're exhaling through the nose with the mouth closed. We're inhaling through the nose with the mouth closed. Nice, long, gentle breaths. let go. Let go even more. And already begin to sense a deep sense of contentment and peace in your heart. Now adjust your body into a more comfortable position and make your resolve that you will stay awake and you will stay still. Throughout this entire period, remain relaxed and motionless.
To get my kid tomorrow. Have a good one.
Thank you very much. Pass it on. That's what it's all about. Come on in, Gary.
Hey, I'm Gary Alcoholic. Oh, gee, what keeps me coming back here? This is my life. If for better, for worse, and for better. I mean, I'm just so attached to this platform or whatever that it's. I find that the people here. I mean, some fantastic people that I just didn't run into in the face-to-face meetings, and I didn't go to a lot of them. I went to my home group mostly. Went to it for 30 years. Relapse, crawl back, relapse, crawl back. They kept saying coming back, keep coming back, and I would return. Oh, like I hate that. But I'm gonna keep coming back in a couple of months. But finally, when I got serious 15 years ago and started going to the meeting and following the tribe of newcomers and all that stuff, even though I'd had some sobriety. After a number of years, I started to feel like I outgrown that group and that I had been there too long. I was aging out of it, so I decided I needed something else. Plus, I had problems getting around. I mean, I can go out and stuff, but I can't, be real active and all that good stuff. So I'm not out all day, and so I wouldn't be driving to meetings at 7:15 in the morning. I certainly wouldn't be going at 6 a.m. So here it's just so convenient. I just don't know what to say about it. I can't say enough good things about this platform. And the people. I'm meeting types of people that I never ran into before, and so many newcomers coming in and seeing them coming in and staying sober. In a face-to-face meeting, and maybe once every couple of months, a newcomer will come in, and some people will come and not stay. Anyway, I'm really glad to be here, and this is what keeps me coming back. This is my medicine too. Thanks a lot. Bye.
I totally agree, my friend. Miss Heaven and the puppies.
Hey, I'm Heaven. I'm still an alcoholic. What keeps me coming back? Man, is that I'm still an alcoholic and I'm still really broken. Like I came in here and I was really broken. I was like worse than this, but my mom died of this disease, and I don't want to die of this disease today, And so I've learned that I have to keep coming back if I want to live. And this is definitely the easier, softer way. It's still kind of challenging though, but I have to keep coming back because I have to be reminded that I'm not normal, I just came from my daughter's graduation, and they were all going. She graduated nursing school today. And my ex-in-laws, they were all going to eat dinner out at Applebee's, and I was invited. I decided not to go because I'm not normal, and I was starting to feel, I don't know, overwhelmed, out of place, maybe because there were normal people there, and some of them can drink. I can't. So I was just like, y'all, I didn't say it. I just said, they asked if I was going. I said no, took a couple of pictures, and then left. Didn't give anybody a reason. I don't have to give them a reason. you know. I could tell them I just wanted to come home and be with my dogs, for that matter. I was there, and that's something I've learned in here, is that if I start feeling some type of way somewhere, it's not for me to get the hell out of there, because I might drink, you know, and I don't want to drink because I want to keep my children in my life today. And I've learned that that one starts that whole obsession that I have that allergy to alcohol. And this is my medication for that allergy is Alcoholics Anonymous. So I'm really grateful for you, Mel. You reached out to me a lot too, and I really appreciate it. You helped me put my life back together over the past 4.5 years. I'll see you guys in the rooms.
Thank you so much. That's what it's all about, folks, helping each other. We cover it. Morning, Chris.
Hey, Melly Mel, good to see you, man. I'm glad I caught you, even though you're subbing in, man. You're always a pleasure. Always very pleasant, man, so I thank you for that. And great question, man. I wanted to share on this topic, man. What keeps me coming back, man? The desire to want to be well. You know, the desire to get back to release the old and welcome in the new and learn how to live new and healthy, man. As you age, man, like when you're young, you young and nappy and moving all quick and stuff, and you know, you don't appreciate the simple things, man. But once you hit a couple of those bottoms, man, and you know, you experience some hardships and stuff, man, you start to appreciate the little simple things in life that you take for granted as a young person. And so, you know, I appreciate that now, man, and I want it. And just the serenity, I guess what I'm describing is serenity, man, it's kind of priceless. And so the desire to have that in its fullness, man, it's just be rid and, you know, free of defects and, you know, toxicity and resentments and, you know, all of the things that was, you know, haunting me and bothering me during my drinking career, man, and in my disease. And just wellness, overall wellness, man, self-mastery. I love self-mastery. I love anything that I can pinpoint about myself that I can fix and make better and tighten up, man. I'm always welcome to it and interested in that. And just correcting myself, man, and I don't know, living a better quality of life. Because it ain't all about, you know, ripping and running the streets and getting caught up in trouble and, you know what I'm saying? You know, so all of that stuff, all of that type of stuff all the time, all it does is stagnate you, man. And I guess I'm just starting to feel like, man, if you do it too long, man, you know, you might never get a chance to recover. Yeah, man, you might never recover. So that's what keeps me coming back, man. And also the people, man, like, you know, just hearing these wonderful testimonies and, you know, seeing other people fighting for their lives and their peace, and, you know, seeing when I get to see other people be redeemed and I see that glow in them and I see that shine on their face and I can hear the peace that they have and the optimism, how happy that they are, like, you know, that's good. You know, I appreciate that in other people because, you know, that's what life is supposed to be about, man, even if you're not rich. You know what I mean? Even if you're not the richest person, if you can have peace and have a rewarding lifestyle, then you won. So that's what keeps me coming back, man. Great question, man, and thanks for letting me share that. Good to see you.
I can't take credit for the topic that was there when I popped in here to sub. So, but it's a good one. Hi, Sandra. Good afternoon, evening, whatever.
Hi, I'm Sandra, I'm an alcoholic. Good afternoon. Thank you for the topic. Thank you for your service. What keeps me coming back is that my bottoms were pretty low and they repeated themselves. So after they became repetitive, I realized that unless I kept coming back, because I heard your advice, you guys told me to come back, and that worked for, it seemed like every time I will come back, I will get sometime more than before. Like I used to get it like 2-3 months at first, then 6 months, then 9 months, eventually 4 years, and now I got more. So like the more I kept coming back, the easier program is and the steps, what people have to offer in their shirts, all of that. As long as I'm receptive, as I listen, that's what this program has to offer, and that's basically why I keep coming back. It's like somebody else said, it's free therapy. Like, who wouldn't want to, gain some assistance like that for free? Like, that's awesome. So, was working when I had my divorce. Not too long ago, I was working at a bar. Well, not at a bar, but at an Applebee's, and it had a bar. So, like, I started noticing I was feeling different. And back then, I wasn't really frequenting that many meetings back then. So, I decided to come back to these rooms, and all of a sudden, I started feeling better. Like, it's just automatic. Once you start hearing the message again, you start feeling that sense of hope again, that sense of security that you're among your people, among the people that rescue you from this disease. Not that I'm gonna be rescued per se, but like they offer hope. A lot of the people that offer message of hope. So that's a lot. That's a lot to offer. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Abby Rusick.
Yeah, hi Mel. Thank you so much for sharing. And I'm Abby. I'm an alcoholic, and I'm really grateful to be here. That's what I'm coming back because I really actually look forward to these meetings. These meetings are almost like grout to me, patching up cracks that might occur during the day. I come into this meeting and there are cracks that have happened during the day. Like for instance today, I'm having a very, very difficult time with my relationship with my daughter right now. And, I won't go into the story, but it is the way it is because of my alcoholism. Basically, I spent most of my years drunk raising her and trying to keep a facade up, which she could see through. I mean, my daughter saw me in the shower moaning in such a drunken state. I was, partially blacked out, becoming too, she's witnessed that. And it's horrible, and I've apologized to her. With this sobriety of, these last years, I've been sober enough to make amends to her. I mean, I guess that's part of the steps is making amends, and I've got to make the amends to my daughter and myself, because I've hurt myself more than, I've just ultimately hurt myself. So, what keeps me coming back, well, first of all, I don't have to get in a car and drive anywhere. You guys, you just have to, get on your phone or whatever, and every 2 hours of the day, here's a meeting of the most incredible support group. I just looked up, there are 400 million human beings walking around drunk right now on the planet. That's the estimate of how many of us are unhappily drunk. And I don't want to be that way anymore, in life. I got sober. Honestly, I wouldn't even be coherent. So, what a shift. What a shift. My brain is getting sharper. My frontal cortex is, at this late date, it's getting sharp. I want to die sharp. Not in that kind of a fog. So, yeah, these meetings keep me coming back and hearing people's stories, hearing the stories of some of the people sharing from hospital beds. They're fucking on the brink of death from drinking, from ruining their livers and their bodies. It's scary listening to that and seeing that happening in front of you and your eyes. I always felt like the best medicine is to see, the real ramifications of what this habit can do to you. And people come into these rooms and share that. And I'm grateful to hear those stories because it's scary enough to keep me sober, right now. I want to stay sober. And I'm just so grateful for these meetings, and that's what keeps me coming back. And I've been doing this now pretty regularly on a regular basis for a couple of months now. And it's really, truly like, all-weather grout in my system every day, keeping me, sharp to face tomorrow morning, sober. Thanks for letting me share.
Thank you so much. Yes. Anyway, let me do halftime before I forget here. Am I in the big box? I think I am. Yes, I am. Halftime announcements. Our 7th tradition reminds us we are self-supporting through our own contributions. We pay our rent in the rooms to use our streaming services globally. To make your contribution, please click on the basket near the bottom left of the screen, or you'll be taken to the PayPal or Zelle website, and you can send money to globalsteps@verizon.net. If you prefer to mail a check, old school money order, or snail mail, whatever, you got it. The address to our group treasurer is provided directly below the donate basket. Please consider giving as you can, when you can. Menu bar will allow you to check your meeting verification, submit a technical support ticket, and other useful information for you to best utilize this site and Global Steps AA. If there's anyone celebrating an anniversary, please come up into the box and celebrate with us. If you prefer I announce it, send me an IM and I will announce it for you. A link to everything you need to know about our group, Global Steps Alcoholics Anonymous. That's our group, Global Steps Alcoholics Anonymous. In the rooms is our church. Can be found above the share box on the tab that says GSAA Info and FAQs, including instructions on how to get a silver medallion or AA chip, whatever you call it in your neck of the woods. There's a ton of information there. How to get a sponsor, get pamphlets. Just check it out. It took me a long time. I checked it out. I was really surprised the first time. So anyway, take a look at GSA Info and FAQs, and we hope you will join our group to navigate your recovery. Thank you for your patience during these very important announcements. And before I bring in Chris, I just want to say, I'm happy, I'm joyous, I'm free, I'm enjoying life, but this is a very serious disease. It kills people, maims people, makes, you know what I'm saying. I enjoy being part of this. I enjoy being upbeat, but we have to remember that it's cunning, baffling, and powerful, and without this medicine every day, I'll be slipping back. Okay, that's my PSA for the moment. Come on to Chris.
Evening, Mel. Thank you for being here with us. I'm just kicking back tonight. Chris, alcoholic from Maine. I keep coming back because it works. When I first came in, the only reason why I came in is, well, I was so desperate. There was nothing admirable, noble. I got the light. It was, holy crap, this is probably my last chance, and I know it's going to fail. Right? And then I come in here and I start hearing things like, the obsession and compulsion will go away. I'm like, friggin' right, yeah. Well, it did. And everything I was told, no matter how much the disease and my weakness to it, or however you want to look at it, couldn't stand up against this program. It is the only thing. It is a weed program. It is a spiritual program. It is a hourly program. And not only has it made me sober, and I had to eat crow on I have to eat crow, and I'm joyous, happy, and free, just like it says. I enjoy life now. I can give love. I can receive it, not distorted and perverted from being drunk. The list goes on. And what it said, as long as I work it, it will continue to not only keep happening, but get better. And it's true. And I didn't believe it at all. Thanks a lot, Mel.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Stan Z. Kelly, Stan Zell Kelly, I'm going to bring you in because I think you're stuck there. I'm not getting in. Anyway, come on in.
Yes. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Introduce yourself.
Yes, yes, I'm Stan Z. Kelly, and I'm a recovering alcoholic. And nice to meet you too. I've been battling with this addiction for a long time, but it took a lot of falls for me